Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the City Attorney shortly. Procedures for the swearing in of parties for the planning and zoning and/or quasi-judicial items will be explained by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission appearing at some point for this meeting this morning are Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Jeffrey Watson, and me, Ken Russell, your chair. Also appearing are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. And as a point of personal privilege, I just wanted to wish my mom a happy birthday since she watches these meetings all the time. So happy birthday, Mom. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available at the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the appropriate disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of this code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to a requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 9 a.m. or soon thereafter and remain open until the public comment is closed by the chair. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting their written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to elected officials and the city's administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to elected officials up until the chair closes the public comment. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, subject to all city rules and regulations. Speakers who appear in person may be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any person exhibiting symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person requiring disability assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on items and topics being discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114 4C Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity in the meeting in time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any item considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at www.miamigov.com. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance as temporarily modified pursuant to emergency ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914. Pursuant to these emergency ordinances, parties for any PZ items, including an applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as applicants, representatives, and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee may either physically be present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation, or may virtually appear and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person or or by a person qualified to perform such a duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Number 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications pursuant to Section 286-0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. For applicants requiring City Commission approval, the applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. The order of presentation shall be set forth as it is in Miami 21 and the City Code. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices now. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk. If you could state the procedures for swearing in, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the City Clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you are sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the City Attorney's Office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the City Clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning item and or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth and these uniform rules of procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Chair, may I administer the oath for any planning and zoning items?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we'll be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, which I believe there's only one, but if you're speaking on today's planning and zoning item, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's meeting is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd like to move to protocol items. If anyone is here already to present any of the protocol items. Oh, we have a quorum. Good morning, Commissioner Watson. He's going to have to sign. In that case, we can start. Yeah, we'll go ahead with protocol items if there are any. Mr. Leal, are you in charge of all of them? Are there any other protocol items? Okay. Is Senator Ileana Garcia here? I didn't see her yet. All right, we have a special personal appearance by the senator, and please just let me know when she arrives so we can break our business to welcome her and take her appearance. Is our representative of the UDRB here? We have DI1, which is a presentation. I believe we've had them wait several times after several meetings, and they asked to come and speak early today. No one's here from the UDRB to present. All right, we will move on to the order of the day. Mr. Manager, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. This time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. CA5 to be withdrawn. RE3 to be deferred to the July 8th meeting.
That's Jungle Island.
Jungle Island. RE11 to be deferred to the June 24th meeting. And DI2 to be indefinitely deferred.
DI2,
DI2 or BI2?
indefinitely deferred.
RE3 and what else?
RE11, sir, to be deferred to
RE11.
June 24th,
Okay,
and DI2 to be indefinitely deferred.
DI2. Okay.
Mr. Manager, what's the reason for deferral of the RE3 Jungle Island amendment?
The rationale behind that is, wasn't enough time, I think, enough lead time by the other party to properly brief so some of our commissioners. They weren't really properly given enough of a consultation, so I feel like we need a little more time.
All right, and that's June 24th, then, the very next meeting.
No, RE3 is July 8th.
I'd like to bring it back, if we can, at least to have the discussion at the earlier meeting. And it can fairly be deferred at that point, but at least to get on the table what the
fine.
issues are.
I mean, we'll
Can
do.
can we
we'll
move
do-
that one to June
So it's
24th?
deferring to when? To when?
For RE3, the Jungle Island discussion, if it's going to be deferred, I'd rather it be deferred for 2 weeks rather than 4.
That's fine. It's fine with me, sir.
So June 24th for the,
Yes, I have to admit that I had communications with them and I went over. You see, but all the other city commissioners, they didn't have the chance.
is your microphone on?
Yes, but I am too far from it. And you see, with age, I'm losing the strength of my voice.
Thank you. Are there any other items from commissioners that they would like to see deferred, continued, or withdrawn?
Nope.
At this time, I'd like to ask any commissioners to put forth any pocket items they'd like to present. I have one, which I'll call PI1, which is a resolution of the City Commission supporting rights, freedoms, and equal treatment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer people in the City of Miami, encouraging the celebration of June as Pride Month in the City of Miami, as it is in the country. You've got that one?
I
Mr.
have
Clerk?
one too.
Yes, sir. Just so you know, Commissioner Reyes has a pocket item pertaining to Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month.
Just a moment, let me list all these together. So PI1 will be Pride Month. Commissioner Reyes, PA2.
I have one.
What is the issue, what is the item?
Then the other pocket item is the second pocket item. Do you have it with you? I think, does the clerk has it?
Your item on Alzheimer's?
I have two. I have one that it is on Alzheimer's, and then the other one is on acceptance steps funding that I also have a resolution. And I will, I will ask your indulgence to vote on it when Senator Garcia.
Just remind me when she's here and we'll do that. What's the substance of the Alzheimer's, just so the public knows?
Well,
what we're
the assignment
voting on?
says, I'm directing the city manager to negotiate, resolution of Miami, recognizing the month of November as National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month, as well as supporting and directing the city manager to make the city a sponsor of the Alzheimer's Walk on November 20th, 2021, as well as to encourage city employees' participation.
Yeah.
And to that effect, I'm contributing out of my office $1,000 to that.
Toward the event.
For the event, and needless to say, my father and my older sister both were victims of Alzheimer's.
So was my mother.
So just to be clear, PI2 is your Alzheimer's one, PI3 is the state funding one?
I haven't heard that one yet.
And the second one, as I told you, there's a resolution directing the city manager to negotiate with, also another one, negotiate with St. James Community Development Corporation of Miami, Inc., or an affiliate entity meeting the city manager's approval at time of convention of St. James and Miami-Dade County for the inclusion of a public library within the affordable and workforce housing development to be constructed at St. James on the city-owned property located at 1785 Northwest 35th Street to be conveyed to St. James pursuant to Section 29BA of the Charter of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by resolution. I want to add to this and apologize, being I a teacher, that when that came before the city commission, I didn't catch that the library was going to be. And when I read it and I read the article, I felt bad myself. I felt bad myself because being a teacher, I am a supporter of all kinds of learning facilities. And libraries are very much needed. We have a population that some of them, they don't have computers and they do the homeworks there. I feel that I have to do it.
Got it. So the timely nature of that issue
That's right.
is that in its previous, you're trying to clarify or correct a previous issue that we took up, and so you'd like to see it heard today. And the only reason I asked for the timeliness, obviously, I hear we have 11 pocket items today, and I want to make sure the public is aware of what we're taking up so they can comment publicly during this meeting. So PI 3 will be St. James and the Public Library.
That's right. We have to take action because they're being evicted. And see that either we find a place where they can relocate or until a library is built in that area. That area.
Okay. So it's not for the preservation of the existing library. It's either the creation of a new library on city property.
On city property requesting from the developer the to include a library, space for a library in the project that they are doing. And I don't know if it is too late, but I have a couple of items that I would like to defer.
To defer. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
So let's just add all the pocket items.
Okay, that's it.
Mr. Clerk, what else have you got that's been submitted? Or Madam City Attorney?
So for PI 4 is the appropriation and allocation item. Commissioner Reyes, would you want me to read this one into the record?
Yes, please.
A resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments authorizing the city manager to accept, budget, allocate, and appropriate the $1,700,000 appropriated by the state of Florida to the city of Miami for Badia Senior Center project, the $1,500,000 appropriated by the state to the city for the Miami Golden Pines Neighborhood Improvements Project, and the $3 million appropriated by the state to the city for the Little Havana Pedestrian Priority Zones Project, further authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute agreements with the state, all in a form acceptable to the city attorney, to implement the acceptance and administration of the state appropriated funds, further authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute any and all other necessary documents, including but not limited to amendments, extensions, renewals, and modifications, all in forms acceptable to the city attorney for acceptance, implementation of, and compliance with the agreements for the state appropriated funds.
Got it. That'll be PI 4. What else have we got? I understand. Good morning, Joe.
Commissioner Carollo, we're going
taking
through
up
the
pocket
pockets.
items. We have not set the order of the day yet. We're setting the pocket items, and we've heard a list of deferrals. But right now, we're just taking up any new pocket items that anyone would like to add.
You could bear with me, I'll bring them in a few minutes.
Commissioner Carollo, would you like me to read some of yours, or?
Yes, that's fine. Commissioner, the city attorney has your pocket items, so she can read them. PI 5?
So PI 5, a resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments directing and authorizing the city manager in consultation with the City of Miami's Chief Financial Officer, Finance Director, Budget Director, City Attorney, Financial Advisor, and all other necessary individuals or entities, and in accordance with the city's amended and restated investment policy to invest an amount not to exceed $1 million of the city's surplus public funds into bonds, notes, or instruments backed by the full faith and credit of the government of Israel. That's
Okay, we'll
PI
call
5.
PI 5 Israeli Bonds Resolution.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
ask if we could take that one item as the first item of the agenda. We're going to be having a distinguished visitor here early this morning, And if we could take that out of the agenda, I would appreciate it.
Just let me know when they're here, and we'll take it up.
Okay. Well, if we could take it as first item on the agenda. That'd be a quick one.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. PI 6, Madam City Attorney?
Commissioner Carollo, you have a couple more, so I'm just getting those here. 1 second. A resolution, this would be PI 6?
Yes.
A resolution of the Miami City Commission directing the city manager along with the Solid Waste Department and the Miami Police Department to set up a reward program and hotline for members of the general public who provide tips on illegal dumpers that lead to either a civil or criminal prosecution and conviction.
Illegal dumping hotline, PI 6. Thank you.
PI 7, a resolution of the Miami City Commission urging the city manager, also Commissioner Carollo's item, to conduct a study to determine the cost of providing city bulky waste pickup to multi-unit residential buildings and report back to the City Commission in 90 days. So this is a bulky waste.
Bulky
Item.
waste item.
Man, you stealing all my thunder, man. Lord have mercy.
You gonna co-sponsor a pocket?
Yes, most definitely.
Did you have some, are there any more from Commissioner Carollo's office?
Then Commissioner Carollo, are you going to be mentioning the 1030 proclamation or salute? That's not a pocket, but I just wanted to make sure that it was incorporated with your Israeli bond item.
We still need to do the Israeli bonds before.
Okay. I think, just let me look one moment just to make sure that the D3 items are covered. And then I believe the mayor has an item.
Great transition, Victoria. Good morning. We have, I think, Chairman Russell, it's PA 8.
That'll be, yep, PI 8.
It deals with the recent appeal or potential appeal regarding the Playhouse, that there was an adverse ruling recently from the court, and we will be seeking commission approval to take the appeal to the second level tier of review. And I can expand on that when the item comes, but I think it's benefit of the commission and the mayor's office giving some of the rulings that resulted in, to preview the issue, essentially some of the language, if either narrowly or broadly interpreted, if you, as a sitting commissioner or the mayor receives a correspondence, it could be considered ex parte communication, and it could.
Mr. Leal, you don't have to explain anything more. I already expressed that I'll bring that particular item up. I'll make the motion for it.
Thank you, Commissioner. If any other commissioner has a question about it, I'm happy to elaborate on the legal.
And my goal for all of these pocket items, barring a timely reason to bring them early in the meeting, I'd like to give them time to simmer during the day so that anyone who is listening at home now would like to publicly comment on any of these is able to make it here and publicly comment. The timeliness of that is, Mr. Leal, is there a reason we need to take that up today rather than put it on an agenda?
Yes, Commissioner, good question. The reason is because there is a court deadline in order to prepare and file the brief. And I think working with the city attorney's office, it makes sense if we're going to move in that direction, which it seems that the commissioner is supportive of it. I want to make sure that our city attorney's office has sufficient time to prepare, brief the issue, and file it. And there's a deadline that if we were to miss that deadline, then we would be unable to actually file the second level tier
Thank
of
you.
review.
So for my part, and I don't want to get into a deep discussion of this now, this is an academic exercise in what we are allowed or not allowed to do, and the mayor's power of veto, and then as well as our communications with our residents. I do not want this to be misconstrued as another shot across the bow with the county to create to escalate the situation on the Playhouse. I'm very happy that we've been in discussions with the county mayor, with the county commissioner of the area, and those discussions are going well. So for us to preserve our right in court, I want to make sure that the message that is sent is still one of cooperation.
Yes, but excuse me, I don't want to set a precedent here, not only for this administration, for any administration. I was part of the commissioners. I was one of the 3 commissioners that voted in favor of the county proposal, and the mayor vetoed it. The city attorney expressed an opinion that it was not, the veto was not appropriate. It was taken to court.
Commissioner.
It was taken to court. Hold on a second.
You're not
Hold on a
recognized.
second.
Okay.
This is the way that I do understand it. It was taken to court. It lost in court. A judge said, no, you cannot veto that. And I think that should be it. You see, that should be it.
Vice Chair?
It had its day in court. Why are we going to keep on going and we're going to go up to the Supreme Court? I mean, it was right there. It was clarified by a judge. Everybody has its day in court. Why are we going to keep on pounding on it?
Thank
See,
you.
Vice Chair.
that is my opinion.
So-
Not because it is this case, I mean, this a particular project,
Yep.
but any other project. You see, and any other mayor that comes here and exerts a veto, and then it doesn't agree with the decision of the city attorney, take us to court. You have your day in court. Why are we going to continue and take this and spend more money on it?
Vice
Thank you.
Chair.
Mr. Leal is chomping at the bit to clarify what
Yes.
this appeal is
Okay.
actually about. So, Mr. Leal, and you're representing the mayor's office, correct?
I am.
Please,
That's the way that I do understand it.
you're recognized.
Commissioner Reyes, your recollection is impeccable, but it's with a different case. You're correct in what you're saying, but it's a different case. That was dealing with the West Flagler debate and discussion regarding whether the mayor had the ability to veto the settlement agreement. That is a completely unrelated case. The case that we're seeking the second level tier is dealing with a playhouse. There was no discussion that the mayor had the ability and the authority to file and exercise his veto power to that. So just so your recollection is correct, it's just you're thinking about a different case. On this case, the case that we are talking about, and obviously I have Victoria to my right, it is clear that the mayor's power to veto that was never challenged, was never questioned. We were actually successful with the city attorney's office and the first appeal that the county took on the first level, Circuit Court of Appeal level. The county, once received an adverse ruling, appealed that decision to the third DCA. The third DCA entered an order that essentially required the ruling to be quasi-judicial and needed to be reviewed in a quasi-judicial standard. The
Okay.
circuit level appeal then ruled that the veto was supported by competent and substantial evidence. However, because with no ability for us to restrain that, as I'm sure your offices also don't have an ability to stop your constituents from writing, the opinion of that decision said that because the mayor received a letter, an email that dealt about using or not using, it's talking about essentially the Jennings disclosure. On that issue, the court said, we're going to reverse. Even though I think you were right, the court's opined, exercising the veto power, and that it was supported by substantial and competent evidence, because of the Jennings disclosure that was not addressed, or there were some emails that I hope you can appreciate. Anybody can write to you, to any other commissioners here, and there's no way that you can stop it. It said that because it had that, there was essentially a presumption of impropriety, or that there was ex parte communication. Typically, what we've seen as a last commission where there was a lot of discussion regarding the planning and zoning item on the West Grove development, some, or I think all of you disclosed the Jennings disclosures, and it was addressed that issue. But it's an issue under the law that is important to be reviewed. So, Commissioner, you're right of what you're thinking about, but it's just a very different, it's a case that we've resolved. That's the one that I brought the pocket item before, where, with the consent of the commission, I know you were
Thank you,
the
Eddie.
sole voice, but I just wanted to make sure that, and I'm happy to talk to you about, as we kind of
No.
discuss it, but
Thank you,
it's a
Eddie. You're
different
you're
case.
very clear. This is an
Right, but
appeal
I-
about Jennings, not necessarily about the power.
It is,
of
it
these-
is,
Right, but I
and I want to hear the city attorney's opinion, and because I don't want to set any precedent that anytime that a veto, it is challenged by the mayor or by the any city attorney, and it goes to court and has its day in court, that we are going to keep on bringing it back and back and back until it will rule, I mean, with the hope that it will rule in the mayor's favor. Whoever the mayor is, I'm not talking about this particular mayor. You see, what I want to know, I want to do is set it once and for all that there are certain items that could be vetoed, and it is for the interpretation of the city attorney, that's what we pay her, you see, to decide if it is quasi-legal or not. And if it is vetoable or if it is not vetoable. If the mayor doesn't agree, he has all the right to appeal it in court. But once the courts decide, that's it.
So
Thank you. Madam
I-
City Attorney, you're
I just
recognized.
wanted to add, Commissioner, you're absolutely right in that this was an item that this commission voted on. This commission's, right now, this commission's decision stands with regard to the Playhouse. You have brought up in the past the sanctity of preserving what the mayor can veto or not, and this case does address how the mayor can veto something. In this case, the court has said that if there is a veto of a quasi-judicial item, the mayoral veto has to also be quasi-judicial. So right now, that is what the courts have said. What Mr. Leal is concerned with is the precedent that sets with regard to how commissioners or the mayor are contacted and what creates something that needs to be a Jennings disclosure. But you are correct that at the end of the day, this has to do with partly mayoral vetoes, partly the fact that you have brought up in the past when the commission makes a decision, what things are vetoed and how they are vetoed. So that's the whole process.
Okay.
Mr. Leal is right on the other bigger issue with regard to what can be vetoed or not. That was another case. This is how something can be vetoed a little.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay,
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
I just want to tell you, and when you start talking to me in legalese, I tend to get lost, you see, and I want things to be, you see, very clear. And in layman's term, what are we doing here? You see, and if you agree with it, Madam City Attorney, you see, I mean, this is something different, and we are not going to be dealing with the same veto over and over. I don't have any objections. But if it is to continue I will say, the discussion on whether it should be vetoable or not, I don't think so, that we should waste our time on it.
Right.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, it's not about that substance, but remember that when we've talked in the past that whenever the commission makes a decision, to the extent that that decision is legitimate, which is something that you can do
Okay.
or decide, I always advise the commission that
Okay, and
it's your decision on whether or not you want to.
it is clear that it doesn't have anything to do with the decision that took the commission at that time.
No, it will affect it. It will affect it, but this also affects all of us and how we deal with Jennings disclosures and who
Well,
can talk to
okay.
us and what emails we
Okay,
can
if you
receive.
put it like this, but I don't want us to keep on and start another.
You want to put this to bed, I understand. So-
That's right,
So
I mean-
PI 8 is to file an appeal on the Playhouse issue, correct?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
PI 9, who else has a pocket item? Are there any mayor pocket items beyond that?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
No, but Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has a few items.
Good morning, Commissioner. What are your
Good morning. Yes, Madam Attorney, can you describe them quickly for the commission?
Yes, one moment. Okay, one item has to do with the library system. And
Which is the Alapata Library issue that we've all been reading about.
Is this the same as PI 3?
it is somewhat different.
But
So Commissioner, just a moment, Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Diaz-Albortilla, PI 3 is a resolution of District 4 to seek space for a new library on city land. Am I correct?
yes, but I see that, and after I read, the commissioner, he is the district commissioner, and he has concern on it. And I took the liberty of saying it. And as a matter of fact, you were not here. I apologize for being a teacher, not catching at the time that I apologize. And definitely we needed a library there in order to assure that a library was going to remain in Alapata. I placed a pocket item that addressed that. And if you don't mind, we can incorporate them. Because most of them are basically wants to have the same end result. You see, we can incorporate both of them and whatever, but both of them are pursuing the same end result.
Correct.
Good morning.
And
What is I'm just about to ask what the substance difference is between PI 3 and
well,
PI.
well,
I can read it if you want.
no, you don't have to read it.
okay.
Hold on a second.
recognize.
It's a clear issue, right? But we're all city commissioners, and any commissioner that helps District 1 is always a welcome help. So I appreciate your concern for what's happening in Alapata, Commissioner Reyes. It means a lot to us. I want to give a little bit of the background when we get to the item itself of how this came about and why we want that library there, and this conversation that I had with our city manager, I think about 8 months ago, Mr. Manager, when we visited the site. It's a little bit complicated because it has a senior building and it has affordable housing, which is a major crisis that we have in our city that we need to address, but it is clear that that library will continue. From my perspective, and I think this commission will agree, that library is not going anywhere. If there's no library, there's no development of any sort. So that library is not going anywhere. It's not shutting down for one single day. And I think this commission will agree on that. So it doesn't really matter who takes the credit for it. We're not here to take credit. We're here to get things done. So I thank you, Commissioner, for being concerned and for proposing it. But we have obviously been addressing this issue for a number of months now. And we bring the pocket item to make it clear to the public what we're going to be doing here and to everyone's involved in this issue.
So is your resolution to preserve the library in its existing form?
No, what it does is it does two things. First of all, it terminates the termination, if you want to phrase it that way, of the lease by December. We'll have to continue, it cannot close for a single day. And the second thing it does, it offers an alternative site, which happens to be in the old net office, which is now the district office, which is 14 blocks away, which is a county-owned building that used to house books for the library, the two different libraries in that area, right? So we offer an actual address of an alternative while the development is taking place. We're also requiring the developer to help us pay for a modern library. What's a modern library? Well, obviously that library, which was initially built in 1963, was remodeled in 2019. Not only is it an important library for the city of Miami because of its history, it's also an important library for me personally because that's a library that I would go to when I was in my dad's mattress factory, which is 12 blocks away. So that Alapata Library is also across the street from Jackson High School. It used to be Jackson High School. It's also next to Buena Vista. So it's an area, it's little Santo Domingo. It's a very complex, diverse area in the city of Miami. When I took the city manager there and we toured the facility in the area and where we were planning to do that, it actually addresses a serious affordable housing issue that we have in the city of Miami, which is our number one crisis, right? We don't run libraries. We gave that to Miami-Dade County back in the 60s. But we have to deal with our two most vulnerable communities, our seniors and affordable housing for them, and our children, their access to education, especially poor children. So that combination is what we want to do there. And one cannot exist without the other. So we must have affordable housing and workforce housing in that area, and we must also have a library and an interim library in the meantime while that development is taking place. And guess who's going to pay for that library? It's going to be the developer. And it's going to be a modern library that takes into account in the COVID-19 world, distancing and computers and all the things that happen now. We no longer use books the way we used to. I do because I'm old, but I guess most of us do not. You use books still, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, me too. But most young people don't use books, they use computers and everything else, right? So it's gonna be a modern library for today's times. But again, the point is that everything works together so that the whole community is addressed and all the people and all the constituencies are dealt with. And that's what the item does. So we combine them, we talk a little bit more about it. I think I've talked enough about it, but we'll have a conversation when it comes up.
Through the chair, my pocket item requires a library to be built, either on
Yes,
the premises or someplace else.
On city land.
correct.
So, all right, so
It's
we'll
the same-
take PI
it's the
3
same
and PI
concept.
9.
Now, by the way, there's a little side note, it's important to know the details matter, right? There's $1 million available from county dollars for this library, right? So the county is committed, and they publicly stated that they have money available to keep this library, or keep a library in Alapata. So that's an issue, we're not gonna have a problem, I think, dealing with the county. But the city's responsibility is to make sure that not a single hour passes when kids, and some seniors, obviously, have access to their library. So what the pocket item does specifically is that termination of that lease, Mr. Manager, I'm sorry, you're busy? That
I'm listening
termination,
to everything you're saying.
that termination of that lease goes away. That library never closes.
No, I'm clear on what you said.
Yeah.
We can.
That library never closes, not for an hour, right?
For an hour.
And so that's what the commissioner agrees, obviously. So that's what the pocket item does. And then, between now and December, when we look for the alternative site while the development is being developed, we find an alternate location, we work with the county to get to that point. But it can never be closed.
Crystal
Thank
clear.
you.
Okay, crystal clear, we're good to go.
Thank you, and
Can I, through the chair, ask a question of Commissioner District 1? How many square feet does the Preston Library have approximately?
About 4,900 square feet.
It's a small
I think it's a
library.
4,920 something.
Okay, and your net office has how many feet?
Not the net office. The net office is in the front. In the back, it's about the equivalent space, a little bit less, about 4,200.
No, that's fine for a temporary
Yeah,
basis.
yeah.
I think this would resolve that problem where you're putting a temporary library where, this could go and nobody's going to miss a beat. The only thing that I would want to require of the manager in the negotiations for a final lease is that you put a minimum square footage of what the developer has to replace in a new library. That should be no less than 5,000 square feet. Or a greater amount if you have a greater amount that's there.
Correct. The library will be equivalent
Yeah,
to what it is now.
Yeah.
And obviously.
but no less than 5,000 square feet.
But no less than what it is
Yeah.
now, yeah. More or less the same amount.
Yeah, exactly. So
Works. I agree with that.
I think that resolves this issue.
Yes, absolutely.
thank you. And I'll
Thank you,
take a-
Commissioner.
All right, so
And
that'll
thank you,
be,
Commissioner Reyes, for your help.
And you didn't even bring me a gift to see how nice I am.
Well, it's early. It's early. We have a whole day ahead of us.
that'll be
Got a
PI
nice
9.
suntan, though.
Through the chair, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Commissioner Reyes.
we have
I'm just about to recognize
Okay.
we're going to take a break in the order of the day before we vote on that to recognize our State Senator Ileana Garcia, who's visiting us for a public appearance. You're very welcome. Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. It is an honor. It's a true pleasure to be here with all of you today.
Good morning,
And in
Senator.
particular with all of these great commissioners doing a wonderful job at continuing to make Miami the hot spot globally. And it has been a true honor for me to be able to be your voice in Tallahassee. A little revision of what we were able to accomplish up in Tallahassee, and I just don't speak of myself, I speak of a wonderful group of senators on both sides of the aisle that did a wonderful job so that Miami-Dade can have a great amount of the deliverables that we were able to bring back. A short story of what we were able to accomplish up in session 2021. was obviously a balanced budget, which is always very important to the Florida legislature. I'm a newbie to this, but I'm learning quickly. You know that the budget was sort of scary in the beginning, considering the COVID situation, but we were able to make a great comeback thanks to the stern and to the daring decisions that Governor DeSantis made in several crucial moments with regards to our economy and safety moving forward. So we made critical investments to infrastructure. We made sure that we had money for child welfare. And also, we made it a point of increasing the state employee minimum wage, which was a very big deal here for a very long time, and we voted it in. Also, we bolstered reserves, state reserves, so that our economy continues to recover. The budget was $101.5 billion. That I like to think we were able to bring a good amount of money back to Miami-Dade. And we were very strategic about everything that we did. We kept in mind everything from the environment to the most vulnerable. If I may speak of some of the things that we were able to bring back, we were able to bring back to Miami, City of Miami projects, over $6.3 million. One of them being the Little Havana Pedestrian Priority Zone, $3 million. We want to make sure that we prioritize a very special part of Miami. It homes our seniors, which are part of our history. It's where pedestrians do walk. Not a lot of people walk in Miami-Dade. We don't have that public transportation culture, although we'd like to change it so that we can continue to help the environment and just do what's right for our planet moving forward. You know that Little Havana has the highest number of pedestrian crashes also in the county, according to the Florida Department of Highway Safety. So we want to make sure that we gave it some extra money and all of the power necessary to make sure that these projects go through. Also, City of Miami Badia Center, $1.7 million. Yeah, that was very important. That was home for me. I think that we saw that during COVID, how vulnerable our seniors were. And something as delicate as that social interaction was key. So for me, it was a focal point going into session, making sure that we made sure that we had recurring funds, which we did for Alapata, for Senator Alex Diaz de la Portilla, and we also made sure that we focused on making sure that these centers were funded and will continue to grow. Also, infrastructure was a very big deal. Miami Golden Pines neighborhood improvements, $1.5 million is the goal to reconstruct Southwest 24th Terrace from 27th Avenue to 32nd Avenue. The project is located in one of the city's priority basins under the Stormwater Master Plan, and it aims to reduce the number of pedestrian and vehicular accidents also caused by flooded roads and improves water flow away from the street. One of the things that I was able to champion also, and it was my first bill signed in by Governor DeSantis on June 3rd, was the Biscayne Bay Bill, 1177, which basically codified all of the local efforts which Commissioner Russell championed on for a very long time. Kudos to you for handling that and for that being a part of your passion. I always say that people need to be passionate about something. The worst thing that you can be is apathetic. And all of these commissioners in front of me are very passionate people. Commissioner Watson as well. I've had the honor of also going through some of your history, and it's very noble as well. Another thing that was very dear to me, bringing back to the district, was the foster care to independent living in Coconut Grove with Commissioner Russell. Casa Valentina addresses the abrupt transition from foster care to independent living, and we saw that group of people, vulnerable, also very much affected, the children in the foster care system. Also, we were able to bring $3 million to the Underline, the corridor, something that I know is very close to home to everyone here, to make sure that the Underline consists of everything needed to continue the 10-mile corridor, to give it what it needs to finally go. I think it's in phase 3, it's my understanding that the Underline is in its third phase. So the funds are there, and as long as I can continue to represent you, we will continue to secure funds for the Underline. Also, Feeding Florida, Healthy Food Initiative was $2 million, something that was very crucial for me as well, along with kosher foods for the Jewish community. We were able to allocate $2 million for the Firefighter Cancer Initiative at the University of Miami. And I don't want to bore you with anything else, but it has been an honor for me to represent you in Tallahassee, and I hope that I can continue to do so, that I can continue to nurture these relationships with Commissioner Reyes, with Commissioner Carollo, with Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, and also Commissioner Watson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the senator?
Yes, I would if I.
Commissioner Carollo, you recognize, then Commissioner Reyes,
Senator,
and then Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
I am truly impressed that a freshman senator could have brought home so much bacon. I'm extremely grateful on behalf of the residents of Little Havana and all of Miami for the $3 million that you championed, along with others, that we needed so deeply for the pedestrian zones. As you well know, in Little Havana, we have the highest rates of pedestrian accidents. And if there was one area that was needed, it was Little Havana. And frankly, if you hadn't been there championing it, I know we would not have gotten it. So I want to express to you, from every resident of my district and along with the rest of the city of Miami, our deep thank you and gratitude for the work that you've done. And, you know, if this is what you accomplished in your first year, I can't wait for the second year.
You know, I always say you have to love where you live, and I was born and raised in this area, and I think that one of the things that helped me continue to chase the things that I think we needed is, once again, the passion that all of you as commissioners have. I wanted to also add that there were things that weren't placed that for me were very important, like some of the projects in Coconut Grove, but we will be having, because of all of the funds allocated by Governor DeSantis, there's everything from coastal resiliency to grants that will be rolling out in the month of July. And I'm hoping to be able to work closely with Commissioner Russell on making sure that a lot of those projects get across the finish line, and also help as much as I can in the area of Coconut Grove for the affordable housing, also initiative that he likes to champion on as well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm joining Commissioner Carrillo. He very clearly stated what I was going to say. You know, I mean, it is amazing what you have done in your first year. And I must confess that I never seen this before. I mean, you are extremely hard worker, extremely concerned and committed to the city of Miami and all the areas that you represent. Congratulations. I have to thank you. And I am extending the gratitude of hundreds of elderlies that they go to Badias, and not only for nourishment, but also for social interaction that is very much needed. And as you and I were discussing a couple of days back, that we're going to make sure that they have classrooms and everything at that new center that, thanks to you, is going to be completed. And also, I'm very grateful, and my neighbors are very grateful of the funds that you brought for those 4 streets that they are going to be rebuilt, and they don't have to deal with flooding, and the quality of life of those neighbors is going to be substantially improved. And to that effect, I would like to take, I would like the indulgence of the city attorney to read a resolution accepting those funds, and right now that we have you here, so we can vote on it if my fellow commissioners agree with it. Madam, Mr. Chair?
Is this an item that's on the agenda that you'd like to add as a pocket?
No, it is a pocket that she has.
This is PI4. We had read the...
The appropriation. Thank you.
Right, we had read the pocket into the record, but it's authorizing the city manager to accept, budget, allocate, and appropriate all these monies that Senator Garcia has brought to the city.
Thank you. That's a motion on PI 4.
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. Let me open up for public comment if there's anyone here who would like to speak on the item PI 4 with regard to the D4 appropriation that Senator Garcia has worked on for us. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion on the dais? I believe Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla wanted to be recognized.
I just want to basically say ditto to what my fellow commissioners said. I am, and I hate to say it this way because I don't want to sound like an elder guy talking to a younger lady, but I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, gracias.
You have done a great job as a senator. You did a fantastic job. You're a great public servant and you're a great politician on top of that, which is a great combination to have. You conveyed the message to the voters and to us, and you worked hard with all of us together, which is not easy to do because we're not an easy bunch to get along with. And you did a good job, an excellent job, and I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being my senator, because you're my senator, and actually you're my successor, because I served the same district many years ago. So I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Any further discussion on PI 4? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PI 4. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could bring up now the resolution.
If
I
I
think
could
we have
just
a
finish the
couple of
order of the
pocket
day.
items. I
We're
think-
still listing the order of the day pocket items.
I
So
may
we
have.
can just set the agenda,
Yeah, sorry,
and then we'll
Commissioner.
take that item absolutely
Thank you.
first.
I think we have another pocket item, two more pocket items, Madam Attorney, that I have, and then, because I think we didn't finish it.
Yes, the next pocket item, just to keep up PI 10, correct, Chairman? Is that what you have?
Yes, we are on PI 10.
Okay. So this is Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, a resolution of the Miami City Commission urging Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava and the Board of County Commissioners of Miami-Dade County, Florida, to allocate and appropriate, to allocate a proportionate amount of the funds to the City of Miami from the $7,768,476 budgeted towards the Miami-Dade County's Peace and Prosperity Plan to be utilized by the city for the implementation of the city's own strategic anti-gun crime detention and prevention initiatives to combat the increase of gun violence in the city, further directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of the resolution to the officials named herein.
Thank you. That's PI 10, urging Miami-Dade County to apportion part of the Peace and Prosperity Plan funds to the City of Miami.
The City of Miami and other impacted cities, there was without going into too much detail right now until we get to the item itself, there's a big, as you know, a debate between some county commissioners on whether it was going to go to social programs or go to law enforcement. We think that some of the urban areas, including obviously the City of Miami and other areas like Florida City and Miami Gardens and Alapata, obviously within the City of Miami, that they need more law enforcement. So the focus of this is kind of, we want the City Commission to send a very clear message that where social programs work, law enforcement also works. And we want to make that very clear. I'll go into more details on what we think. I think we have our police chief is going to be here, Mr. Manager, a little bit later and talk a little bit about this initiative. But again, we focus, take that debate that they were having in the Miami-Dade County Commission and bring it a little bit here and talk about why it matters that the urban areas have more law enforcement and more dollars. The county, the ongoing battle with the county, not allocating the needed resources that the cities need, particularly the City of Miami with gun violence. And so that's where we're at.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. PI 11?
And PI 11, also Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, this is about the scooter program.
Yes, we're back. The scooter program, which we're going to debate again, I think on the 24th. Again, it's the same pocket item where we're going to talk about halting the program before an accident happens. We saw last week what happened with a truck and a vehicle that wasn't a scooter, to be fair, but a vehicle. So there's too many vehicles on the streets, and we want to make sure that we have the RFP out on time and we have the conversation about, we don't want to be on the board saying that if something bad happens that we didn't take action. So I'm bringing it back up to have a conversation, and maybe the commission decides that we wait till the 24th. We could, but something happened in between the last meeting and this meeting. And my concern, Commissioner Rosso, I know you've been a champion of this. All I'm saying, I know to your right, you have two commissioners that have voted, are not big scooter fans. I'm kind of in the middle, right? I understand that certain parts of the city needs that last mile option, so I get that. But I've been very adamant and very vocal about the safety measures, as you have been too. And I think we need to be clear with that and not wait any longer, because every day that we wait, I'm just concerned that something bad can
Understood.
happen. That's it.
PI 11 is to halt the scooter program pending an RFP.
Yes, sir. And we have a commitment, I think, from our city manager that program that RFP will go out on by the 24th. Is that correct, city manager? Wherever he is. There he is.
We'll take it up at the item.
Well, I just want to ask him that one question.
Mr. Manager, there's a question for you about the scooter program.
That your RFP with all the safety issues and concerns that we had is going to come out by the 24th?
That's when it's scheduled for, correct?
Right, is that what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay? All right.
Thank you. PI 12, is there another another pocket from District 1?
No, that's
All
it.
right,
That's
District
it.
5, Commissioner, you have a
think-
pocket item.
Yeah, I do have a pocket item. I got, it's a pocket item regarding temporary event permits. And so I don't know that I'm going to pass it on. You?
This is District 5's temporary event permit resolution, a resolution of the Miami City Commission extending a temporary event permit for the property located at 353 Northeast 61st Street up to June 30th, 2021, so an additional 19 days. The TP was initially issued for 14 days from May 29, 2021 through June 11, 2021.
Just want to say that's kind of a temporary stopgap for a small company, but clearly to get the debate, or not debate, but work with the administration on some clarity in the issuance and how these things are now proceeding procedurally through the administration. I think we changed up the event process, and a lot of the smaller people have been struggling with trying to implement what we have. And so in order to provide clarity overall, that will hopefully bring this back in a global sense beginning of next month. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other pocket items to add before we set the agenda? All right, and then we will be opening up for public comment on all of the items on the agenda, including the pockets. And I just want to mention that we have a substitution on the B305 benchmarking item, which is SR3, which is really meant to help with the costs incurred and clarify that buildings will be able to recover all their costs within 3 years, and that they will include mechanical permits, include soft costs for permit fees, removes the benchmarking permit fee credit, adds avenues for the director to enforce benchmarking, returning, and retuning duties pursuant to the ordinance. It'll remove the affordable housing exemption, and I'll be bringing a separate item to create affordable housing subsidy, and that way affordable housing does not remain inefficient from a consumption perspective, but also helps them be as resilient as possible, but finds funding to assist. And then also clarifies again that there are no City of Miami fees associated with submission of reports for benchmarking and retuning. So that'll be a substitution amendment on that item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're recognized.
I want to make sure that I don't miss the opportunity to defer something.
Yes,
CA7,
that's the I-395 Heritage Trail Signature Bridge Underdeck Project.
I need to understand this agreement we're amending, didn't know one existed. One, you know we had this issue ourselves, so, and this affects both yours and mine. And two, I need to find out from someone, as a question was asked almost 2 years ago by one of my colleagues now, who's paying for this operationally? Because I think we're going to wind up in our lap, so I want to know in advance before we start executing
Would you like to
agreements.
defer it and take
Yes,
that discussion
defer- yeah,
offline, or
defer-
discuss
yeah,
it?
we wanna
Okay.
defer
To
it.
what date would you like to defer?
7/8. 7/8.
July 8th.
8, yeah.
All right. Defer CA7 to July 8th.
I'm not so sure any of us understand what we're amending, so I want to make sure we understand what that is, okay?
Yes, sir. All right. Is that our order for the day? Is there a motion to accept the order of the day?
So move. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Watson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Motion passes. Are there any mayoral vetoes, Mr. Clerk?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
All right, we will open up for public comment at this time. If you are here to speak on any of the agenda items, oh, I'm sorry, we have another
a
appearance.
special
Yes,
guest,
so let me
yes.
break for public comment before we do. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning.
Commissioner Carollo, I believe, wanted to move PI 5 at this time, is that correct? That's correct. That is investing $1 million in Israeli bonds. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labortia.
On this resolution, to be exact, on the heading, on line 6, I believe it is, where it says to invest an amount not to exceed $1 million, it will say to invest an amount of $1 million. It's a small token of our support to Israel and our appreciation, Council General, of the warm friendship, the support that we have had from so many Israelis in their contribution to our community. Besides some of the other things that we'll be doing today, as I told you out there, on the commercial, Where's the Beef, we wanted you to bring back to Israel a little bit of beef of gratitude from the city of Miami to show that not only are we putting on paper, on words, our support, but we're also putting in a small amount of our monetary reserve our support to the state of Israel.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome the Consul General and open the floor for public comment on this item specifically, PI 5. Is there anyone here who would like to address the Commission with regard to this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and open the dais for discussion. Anyone else would like to comment on this item?
There is a motion.
All right, there is a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Aye.
You're very welcome. I've spent much more time with your predecessor, including the first direct flight on El Al back to Israel, so I look forward to spending time with you and maybe taking another trip.
Are we ready?
Can we read the resolution?
Oh, yes, the proclamation.
Yes,
is what we'd like to do at this
proclamation,
point.
yes, if we
Mr.
could-
Mayor, we're going to, yes, we'll take up the proclamation at this time. Mr. Mayor, here's a
We'll go
microphone.
down, and we'll all come down, and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If all of you can join me. I was explaining to the Consul General that we have the third largest consular corps in America here in Miami. And we've had an amazing relationship with the Israeli consulate, with the Israeli government, with his predecessors, and we are excited to have him here with us today. I think the commissioner who called me a few days ago and asked or discussed with me the possibility of giving you some protocol items to signify our deep commitment to the state of Israel, also had the wonderful idea, as you just saw, of starting you on your first day with $1 million in Israeli bonds. I think that's a pretty successful first visit to the city of Miami. If we could do $1 million every time you visit, that would be, but sure. But I want to commend the commissioner for his leadership, his initiative, and I want to thank all the commission, obviously, for their unanimous statement of support for a country that is a beacon of hope and democracy in a world that is beset by, unfortunately, terrorism and threats that are innumerable and unfortunate and unprovoked. And so it's my honor and privilege on behalf of my colleagues on the commission to proclaim today, stand in solidarity with the State of Israel Day in the city of Miami. So if you would please come up and accept this on our behalf. Thank you. And at the request of Commissioner Carroyo, we also would like to give you, and if you don't mind, if you give it to him, Commissioner, the keys to the city of Miami, which is our welcoming, and it's a welcoming not just to you personally, but of course, to your many citizens who come here and enjoy the city. We want to grow closer and closer ties with Israel, not just in terms of the country, but its deep tech and its innovative economy. We want to create that here in the city of Miami with your help. Thank you.
Consul General, to a new Consul General of Israel, I think it was appropriate to receive one of the first new keys to the city of Miami. The mayor changed it on me, so I wouldn't know. He wanted to surprise me too, because the last one I designed, he's had the privilege to design this one.
Thank you.
It's a very nice key, so we're very honored to be able to give this new key to the city of Miami, to our new Consul General of our allied friend, the state of Israel.
And State Senator is also here, Ileana Garcia, who is part of the state legislature, the governor. They've done a magnificent job as well, expressing their solidarity with Israel. So it's wonderful to have, our sort of big brother in Tallahassee here as well. Thank you.
I'm speechless. I'm excited. I'm nervous, to say the truth. I'm overwhelmed, I think, even. It's been a very busy and hectic week and a half since I arrived in Miami, but I could not have asked for a more welcoming reception here in the city of Miami, in Miami-Dade, and of course here today in City Hall. I really don't have enough words to say, to express my gratitude, my appreciation to the support of the United States, of the state of Florida, and of course of the city of Miami in the state of Israel. We've been through, and it's not a secret, we've been through some difficult weeks. We've had thousands of rockets shelled on our citizens. Just to think about the fact that 3 weeks ago, I was sitting in a shelter with my 5 children, and you don't want to stay in a shelter with 5 children after a year and a half of Corona. But, only 3 weeks later, I'm here in the wonderful city of Miami and receiving this wonderful reception. I'm really, I can't say I'm speechless because I'm speaking for a few minutes now, but still, I don't have enough, I'm not sure I have the right English to express my gratitude. So really, really, thank you very much. It will be cherished in my heart, in my state's heart. It, of course, all be sent to Israel. I hope this city key will also help me unlock the traffic on I-95 South coming to the... Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I just may echo your words, how can I help? How can we be of better partners? Even I know we've been great partners, but how can we be of better partners in terms of tech hub? You want and you're doing great things, making Miami a tech hub, and Israel will be a great partner for you. And I'm already in touch with your people. Also, a few weeks ago, I've been in touch with your people from Israel. And I'm at your good service. I will do whatever I can to bring Israeli innovation, Israeli high-tech companies here to the city of Miami to really make it as great as you want it to be. And in terms of anything that you want, in terms of the blockchains that you're trying to promote, Israel will be on board with any task and initiative that this commission and you as the mayor is willing to promote. And I assure you, you know that you have a very, very good partner just 10, 15 minutes away. And again, thank you very much all for this wonderful, wonderful reception and really exciting new first day here in the city of Miami.
And then
Well, this is a very special day for me in general, my first time here in City Hall, discussing all of the wonderful things that we were able to do to accomplish together. You know, Miami is a very passionate city. It's a city for immigrants. And it's ironic, when my mother first came from La Habana back in the 60s, it was the Jewish community that embraced and coddled my mother. And I think that that was one of the initiatives that I had when I went out also to champion services needed for the Jewish community and the communities in general. Anyway, I think that for us it is an honor. I think that all of us here understand the importance of standing with Israel. Thank you so much.
all of us here in Miami, throughout the United States, we're very privileged and blessed that we live in a country that has everything. We don't have to worry about going to shelters. We don't have to worry about worrying day to day if we're going to be attacked with missiles. Is there going to be a terrorist that's going to blow up himself just to hurt us? The state of Israel recently, a few weeks back, went through something that we in America cannot even begin to imagine. A small country that their enemies launched over 4,300 plus missiles. And these were missiles of pure hate. Now, those that are financing the missiles, which is Iran, the same enemy that we have in America, because when they chant death to Israel, they usually say before or after also death to America. And what they tell you that this is about a rightful and justful cause is totally untrue. What civilized country wants to purposely go out of their way to kill civilians? This is about a country like Iran that, with their power and billions of dollars, have been financing terrorist murdering organizations such as Hamas, Islamic Jihad in Gaza, and in Lebanon, Hezbollah, and others. And their whole purpose is not to bring justice. Their whole purpose is to destroy the only democracy in the Middle East, to bring Israel into the ocean, as in fact part of the charter of Hamas states. And this is why it's more important than ever during the times that we're living that a major city in America, such as Miami, stands up and says, we support Israel, we stand with Israel, and that every American city says the same. Because if we did not have Israel, I assure you that it'd be a different world. Our national security would be more than ever at risk. In our own hemisphere, in Havana, Iran has built a huge place. They have a huge mosque that the sole purpose of it is to train individuals that they convert into their cause and to send them throughout all of Latin America to do their bidding and to be future terrorists. In Venezuela, one of the most richest countries that we've had, not only in our hemisphere, but in the world, with the help of Iran and Cuba, they have made it into one of the poorest countries in the world. And who has feet in the ground, boots in the ground in Iran, in Venezuela? Iran. They're building bases to try to harm us here in America, and using Iran as the point of spreading that terror throughout all of Latin America to try to reach us. So Israel is an extremely important ally to us. They help our country in so many ways, not the least in some of the best intelligence that our country needs to protect each and every one of us here and throughout America. So to all of us here today that will be seeing us in our cable channel and the rest of America, I say to you, stand up for Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Consul General. I've had the good fortune of traveling to over 50 countries for professional work over my lifetime, but I had never been to Israel. And so when the very first reconnecting direct flight was going from Miami back to Israel, I asked to go because I wanted to see for myself. I'd only experienced the conflicts that Israel has in its millennia of history on the news. And the epiphany that struck me when I landed, when I went to both Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, is where it personalizes everything for you. And when you see the residents and the children and the people, the conflict becomes much more tangible. And when you stand in Jerusalem and see the convergence of the birthplace of so many religions, you can recognize where this conflict is at a boiling point for so long. So I wish you peace, and I wish peace to all your residents, because that is what we all hope for in this world. And good luck with everything. Thank you.
Well, I have nothing to add. Everything has been said, and I hope that we have noticed the amount of support that has been expressed to the state of Israel. You also are going to find that there are a bunch of Cubans here in Miami, that you are going to meet them, because we had a huge Jewish colony in Cuba that most of them have been able to come to Miami, and they are known as Cuban. Welcome, and good luck.
Thank you.
Chief, Corey, good.
He's still
Why
talking.
don't you come up? Yeah, we're gonna go to the mayor's house.
You're welcome. Art Ostrello, this is my card. I don't have card here. No, myself, my great uncle was a French Jew. Really? Okay. Survived the camps. Wow.
Everyone left? Yeah, there's an 11 o'clock press conference. The police is on.
Oh, yeah.
But it's only, there's a press conference? It's about gun control. We should come back at 11:30. All right. All right, I understand there's a press conference outside. We're going to recess until 11:30, so about 40 minutes from now. We'll be back at 11:30. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. he is able to make that happen.
That was for the host. I'm not sure if you're listening in, but if the chair of the URB is available, he can present via Zoom.
Person coming on?
I'm about to find out from IT. Currently on the dais. How are you? No worries, my guys never stick around, so I don't have a quorum at the moment, so it's just me up here. All right, we no longer have the chair of the UDRB on the line. So we are going to move to public comment at this point. For anyone who would like to address any of the items on the City of Miami Commission agenda today, including the pocket items that were brought up. You will each have 2 minutes to speak. All you need to do is let us know your name, the item you'd like to speak on, and you will hear a beep at about the 30-second point, at which time please start to wrap it up out of respect for others who would like to speak here. We'll alternate at each of the lecterns here, and you're very welcome. Thank you all for your patience. I know it's been already a long morning waiting to speak. So please go ahead. Anyone here who would like to speak on any of the items this morning on today's entire agenda, planning, zoning, pocket items, and all of the rest, please line up at both of the lecterns here. Mr. Cruz, do you need IT assistance? Let me just make sure you've got what you need. Mr. Freed, good morning. Do you have something to show on the... In that case, I will start with you while Mr. Cruz sets up. Good morning, Mr. Freed. How are you?
Hi, hold on one second, Commissioner. I just want to get my points in front of me.
Take your time. And I'm
Thank you.
guessing you're not speaking on a specific item. You must be speaking...
I'm speaking on, my name is James Freed. I live at 555 Northeast 34th Street in Unit 2601. I'd like to speak on FR1 and FR2.
Yes.
Would either Commissioner Carollo or Commissioner De La Portilla please investigate the situation at Hamilton Apartments in Edgewater? You may have seen the Hamilton in the news and the travesty that is happening. An out-of-town mega developer is evicting 150 tenants on 60 days' notice after dealing with them in very bad faith. Yes, every tenant is being evicted, including my wife and I. We pay our rent on time and have never been late. We've lived in the building for over 25 years. Alex and Joe are looking into massage parlors. Who's looking into the wholesale eviction of these tenants, citizens, voters, constituents of District 2? I've been working to get Mr. Russell's attention on this issue since Hurricane Irma. It's one of the reasons I ran. I ask that you impose a 6-month eviction moratorium, provide for a 24-hour secure environment for the tenants as they move out in orderly fashion, as they were promised security when they signed their leases. No security exists at this time. Provide the tenants with move-out money. Provide the tenants with leases, damages for not having to move from their homes in a very hot market. As I said, some have lived there for over 25 years. Some made significant capital improvements to their units even after receiving assurances they'd be able to remain in place for the long term, including my wife and I. Affordable and attainable housing is important, and so are people's rights and dignity. 2 commissioners care about massage parlors, but nobody cares about long-time tax-paying constituents that are in big trouble. Thank you so much for my time.
Mr. Freed, just briefly.
Sure.
Are you represented in this effort against the new owner?
Me as an individual?
Do you have representation? Do you have a lawyer?
David Winker has been working with the tenants, and I'm more than happy to speak with you and your team afterwards to give you a more direct and in-depth understanding of the circumstance, because I know it's something that we need to be discussing in greater detail in our community.
What percentage of the residents would you say have representation at this point?
You'd have to ask Mr. Winker, because there have been group meetings and he appealed to them, but I don't know how many have actually retained him. But I know that the entire, well, there's 2 sets of groups. Some are filing an injunction for damages after having moved out, and others are asking to be protected while they look for new places to live. It's a problem that exists in the entire city, not just in Edgewater or West Grove.
Understood. Thank you for your comments.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for your interest.
Madam City Attorney, so this is an issue, and I've reached out to their representation as well as some of the residents. This is a building in my district that is facing eviction. Now, there are elements of this which may be a civil issue between the tenants and their landlord, but I want to make sure I understand what abilities the City of Miami has to be involved in this situation at all. There was a request about issuing an eviction moratorium at the city level, and there's also many requests they have. Their requests mostly are of the new owner, but I would like to have fuller understanding of this situation. If you haven't already studied it, I'm happy to do it offline with you. And I'd like to make myself available to help mediate the situation, because I recognize that the residents do not have an HOA or an HOA president to speak for them en masse.
Thanks. I didn't know you were talking to me. That's why.
I'm actually talking to the city attorney, but about your issue. So I'd like to help if I can. is what I'm saying.
Thank you so much, and I'll be here when you go for break, and I'm more than happy to sit down and have a conversation with you, the city attorney, or anybody who else would like to just get more information.
Thank you, Mr. Freed.
Thank you so much, sir.
Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
Through the chair, when are you going to be able to tell us something about this?
Are you asking Mr. Freed?
Through the chair?
Yes.
Madam City Attorney?
Yes.
When are you going to be able to tell us something about this eviction and what we possibly can do, soft sale, citywide, whatever the case may be, so that we just deal with the eviction process as opposed to not? If they're kicking folks out of the Hamilton, trust me, downstream, it gets worse. So, and it's not in my district, but I have friends that live there who've also said, hey, please help us. I mean, at least give us time. So my question is, how long is it going to take you to find out what we can do to at least stop this process for the most part? And as we begin to get our monies in from the Recovery Act, maybe allow us to help folks who are being evicted wholesale, because we had eviction monies before, was COVID-related, but it's all still COVID-related as it drags on. So I'm just trying to understand timing related.
We can get back to you between today and tomorrow about options. I will tell you this is mostly a civil matter. However, there are some questions that were requested about assistance, and I know that the city has emergency funds for those type of things, and we can definitely see what criteria would be needed for emergency funds to be allocated. We can also see if, depending on some of the residents, we can refer them to legal aid. I will reach out to Mr. Winker as well, because he may be representing all of them. So we could do some of those things to give you information between today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
The
much.
chair.
Thank you.
You recognize Commissioner Reyes.
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr. Watson, that's a great question. I am expecting, and I hope that I'm wrong, that we are going to have a huge amount of, of persons that they are going to be evicted. And I want to extend that question that you have to the city manager, see if he can identify funds that will be available. How can we help people that had been evicted due to the fact that they have lost their jobs or that they are in economic stress?
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll certainly look into that as well. Obviously, they're
Thank you, Mr.
a little
Manager.
different.
Good morning, Mr. Cruz. You're not ready yet? All right.
Not yet.
Next speaker, please. James? He's a technical difficulty.
All right. Good morning, or good afternoon. It's almost afternoon now. Thank you for the time, commissioners. Manolo Reyes, welcome back. Hope everything went well in New York.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Like to have a minute for SR 3, 8727, the energy benchmarking. The name is James Torres, president of the DNA. We prepared a statement that we'd like to share regarding SR 3, the energy benchmarking ordinance. The DNA believe that this is an important legislation. However, our members have significant concerns that have not yet been addressed, including, number one, the ordinance does not provide a definition of qualified return professional, in this case QRP. Leaving this term undefined could lead to a restrictive or arbitrary definition by the current or future city administrations, resulting in a limited number of available QRPs and significant higher costs that intended by this commission. Number two, properties that are well-run and energy efficient will be required to retain the yet-to-be-defined QRP and perform extensive and costly administrative work without any economic benefit. Furthermore, the actual cost of the property owners of retaining such professional is unknown at this time. Number three, currently the building department staff cannot provide an estimate of the number of qualified returning professionals that operate in Miami and the cost to retain one. Number four, it is easy to see that during the first year of the returning equipment, hundreds of property owners will attempt to retain such professionals, leading to a significant shortage in resources and much higher costs. And the estimate could be higher than what was being calculated today, which we do not know. Number 5, the ordinance is not clear on to whether the city may or may not impose a fine of up to $500 per day for failing to submit a timely return report. Therefore, the DNA requests another deferment on this matter so we can have a conversation at the table with the parties involved. I'm looking for your support on that, as well as Commissioner Reyes as well, please.
Thank you for your comments, and I think when this item does come up, we'll have a robust discussion on that, because a lot of what you said has been addressed in a substitution that has been supplied today, and especially on the larger buildings, there would not be any retuning requirements between now and the next 6 to 7 years. So we have a lot of time to bring everyone up to speed on how the legislation works, but I want to make sure your issues are addressed before we finalize this
Okay,
legislation.
I appreciate that, and just kind of speaking to the gentleman this morning when we were on break, a couple things fell to the crack where the DDA was notified and never reached out to the DNA or any of the footprints in that affects this. So I just kind of wanted to share that, and I know we're going to reach out to them and go, hey, why were we not notified, to kind of have further conversations and maybe not even get to this point that we're at today.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank
for your
you,
comments.
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Morning, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Elvis Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street. I'm here regarding item RE11, which is a proposal for the Marine Stadium boat ramp and basin that would limit the use of the basin.
For the record, Mr. Cruz, that item has been deferred till June 24th. So you're welcome to speak on it this morning since you came all this way and waited, but you'll not be speaking on it again in the same breath at the June 24th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, since I'm here, let me just continue. So there was much controversy about this, and I was rather puzzled by it and puzzled by the article that was in the paper about it. There appears to be a move by the non-motorized boating folks to prevent motorboats from using the basin. So I just wanted to point out a few important facts. This stadium and the basin is, of course, completely artificial. It was dug out of the bay bottom and created specifically for powerboat racing, for motorboats. And the article had someone saying that a ramp never existed in that spot. And that's, of course, simply not true. There's been a boat ramp there since the stadium was built. That's how many of the boats would get in and out. And also in the city code, and this is the handout, it's in front of you on the ledge there, Commissioner Russell. It's right here on the paper there. Yeah, thank you. So a lot of people aren't aware that this is already in the city code, and to direct your attention to the highlights in number 7, the public shall have access to the boat ramp and boat ramp facilities at the Marine Stadium during daylight hours at times when events are not being conducted. There shall be no charge for the use of the boat ramp. That's remarkable to me. That is possibly the most user-friendly language I have ever seen in any city code of the city of Miami, where they're explicitly and affirmatively stating that you can use a public facility, a boat ramp, free of charge. That's wonderful. I hope that survives. Here it is in boldface. So there's a compromise that's been offered by the Florida Inland Navigation District. You know, they do a lot of funding for many of our marine facilities. And at the bottom of this, you see, FIND supports the enjoyment of the basin by all various user groups, including power, sail, paddle, and other recreational activities. So I'm hoping that some sort of compromise can be reached where both power boaters and non-powered craft can use this facility, perhaps a time-shifting thing. The rowers are usually there early in the morning, and then the power boaters may come later. But there is certainly room for compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. That was refreshingly brief.
I'm sorry?
That was great.
Well, I do what I can with what I've got.
Thank you so much. And Madam City Attorney, I would like a little offline background on the section of the code that Mr. Cruz brought up later, please. That's section 53-52, number 7.
Was the city not aware of this passage in the city code?
We're going to find out.
Were you not aware of it, Commissioner?
Mr. Cruz, you teach us so many things that we're not aware of so often. So we really appreciate your advocacy.
It was last amended in 1982.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a moment, she's going to clean the lectern for you. And if we could alternate lecterns, that'd be, actually, you want to use this one over here? It's already disinfected.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Camilo Mejia, and I reside at 3482 Furrow Avenue, Miami, Florida. I work at Catalyst Miami, where I am the Networks Director and part of the Policy and Engagement team, and I'm here to speak on SR1 and SR3. Regarding SR3, we fully support it and want to see it pass in order to address our climate crisis. However, there's an amendment to exclude buildings where 25% or more residents are low income, and we believe that to be a mistake. The argument of many who support the amendment is that the cost of making buildings energy efficient will make housing even more unaffordable and out of reach to the city's low and moderate income residents. However, a white paper you received on email from the peer group shows that not to be the case. In order to increase access for low and moderate income residents, the city can invest more on helping potential home buyers repair their credit, have access to low interest rates, and receive assistance with down payments, as those are the three most common barriers facing low and moderate income home buyers and renters. The other argument is that measures with greater than 5 to 7 year paybacks on energy improvements are not cost effective, but the same white paper shows that energy efficiency provisions have not measurably harmed housing affordability, and that simple payback is not an appropriate way to consider the cost effectiveness of of energy code improvements. So again, we fully support it, but we want to see that amendment removed. And as far as SR1, we would like for the city to hold the gas company accountable to the city's greenhouse gas emission plan. In addition to that, I want to remind everyone here that the Public Service Commission is being petitioned by FPNL to increase our energy bills by 20%. Energy bills are the second highest expense for many low-income residents, and that's just another reason why that amendment should be removed.
Thank you. And on your first item, I would like you to know that I am proposing a substitution today that will remove the affordable housing exemption based on the advocacy of Catalyst and other residents who have written in. You're absolutely correct. It's benchmarking and retuning is not a hardship. It's an advantage that we need to take in order to make better efficiencies, which can help with affordability. So to actually exclude affordable housing from these benchmarking and retuning leaves them out of a very important path that we are taking. So instead of excluding them, we should be helping them.
So that is your part of that.
My amendment will be to not create that exclusion, but instead to create an incentive, a subsidy program to help affordable housing qualified units and towers come into benchmarking and retuning requirements. So yes, thank you for your advocacy. Really
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak on any other item on today's agenda? So that includes the pocket items that have been brought up, the planning and zoning agenda. Anything left on today's agenda? Anyone else here to speak on anything? If not, we'll be closing public comment, and this will be your last opportunity to. Thank you very much. Good morning. How you doing?
Hello. Good morning. Hi. My name is Brian Halstead. I am an owner of a unit over in Overtown, and I am bringing this up because I'm sorry, it's a personal item, and I know the Community Redevelopment Agency's goal is to ensure that the community is developed and members of the public are served appropriately. What's happening with my unit, I've owned and managed a unit at Town Park North for over 10 years. And my tenant was recently transferred back in 2019 to St. John's. So my tenant being transferred over to St. John's, what happened is my tenant eventually stopped paying me rents, and epidemic struck, so I understand the situation that the tenant eventually find themselves in. Now, what happened is I am here to point out, for the past,
Sir, and I apologize to interrupt you because I can tell this is an important issue. We are having a meeting today, a CRA meeting of the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA, and that may be the most appropriate time to comment because this will fall under the public record of the City of Miami Commission meeting. Don't worry, it's not a problem at all. Yeah. Your district commissioner is also the chair of that CRA. and the director of that CRA is also here listening right now. So what I'd like to do, instead of taking this item up right now, is if you could speak with Mr. Shiver offline and then make your public comment at the CRA meeting where it will be recorded properly. Is that all right?
That's appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you. And I apologize for cutting you off. Good morning again, Mr.
Good morning.
Flores.
It's afternoon now.
Yes.
Pocket item on the scooters, can you kind of give me clarity on that? When is that going to happen? So we can have that conversation, because the DNA did the event this past weekend, so we kind of wanted to share that.
It is set on the agenda. Now is the time for public comment. If you would like to make a comment about that, the pocket item is potentially to eliminate the program until a permanent version comes along.
Okay, so we do want to share part of the DNA. We did have June 4th at Bayfront Park, where we had a safety and education piece as the scooters. So it was a great community event. There was over 100 people that did show up for that. You were missed, but I know you'll be there in spirit the next time. But we did want to kind of take that information and say, the community did show up. They did address some things, good and bad, that, I can't kind of get into the detail just yet because I didn't bring that. I just remembered that it was a pocket item just now. But I kind of wanted to talk about that when we have that conversation on the 24th, you're stating. But it was a well-received for the community, but there's still some issues that need to be worked on in terms of docking stations and the double writings and things of that nature. So something that we needed to bring to your attention.
Do you have a position on whether or not the program should be taken off the streets until the permanent version, or whether the service should be continued seamlessly throughout the process?
You're putting me in a tough position.
Okay, so you don't have to take a position. I'm just curious if you all had formed one based on your...
Well, most of the footprint is not a fan of it. But after we did the safety and education, they kind of see where the micromobility is something for the future for the city of Miami. But there are caveats that need to be coming in place, such as the docking, such as the parking and things of that nature. So that's where the RFP kind of needs to be a little bit more tweaked.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, I appreciate it.
And I think, Mr. Chair, for your purposes, I'm with the idea of micromobility as it relates to, I know people who are trying to get to work, transportation costs, I understand that. I think the issue for everyone, and it's going to be for me, is if that's their mode of transportation, then that's okay. But the recreational aspect of it, and these scooters all over the place, is going to be an issue. And I'm not so sure they're going to be able to address that. So if you go to the store and you buy a $200 scooter to get to work, no problem. But we're having increasingly a lot of people coming to our town, and all of these fake sport cars and all of this speeding that we can't seem to be able to do anything with, that becomes an issue because all of these scooters, bikes, whatever they are, lying around all over the street is going to be an issue for people. So just make sure, I'm just saying that to you, to them, okay, as we try to figure it out. But if you got a scooter or bicycle, it's cool. But the recreational aspect is not, it's not looking cool.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chairman?
Yes, you recognize, Commissioner.
Look, I think you know my feelings on this. I've expressed them enough times, but I'm not going there just yet. The area that I really would like for, get your assistance on with these companies, in our Central Park in Miami, which is Bayfront Park, while it's not as bad as when it first opened up, it still looks horrible. We got all these scooters parked out front like if it was a secondhand scooter lot. Sometimes you can't even walk by there, and it's right in particular the corner where you start entering Bayside, the corner of Bayfront Park. If you could do something that, we could assign areas more out of the way, that it just doesn't look so bad when people are going by there.
Commissioner, would you like us to geofence Bayfront Park so that scooter riding is not taking place inside the park?
Look, we could discuss that later.
Okay.
I'm not as concerned with that yet.
It's the clutter.
It is the clutter that you have that you just dump them up front.
Yep.
At least Bayfront Park, is safer to ride them than other parts. But, you're still going to have those that are not going to follow rules and regulations. That's life.
We've got some good solutions coming down the line on that clutter issue.
That's the part that I'm just seeing, and especially such a prime piece of real estate like that, that's our point zero in Miami, that we have all those bikes just thrown. It just looks so horrible. And, if you could help in whichever way you can, that we assign some areas that, you just don't have, dozens and dozens of these bikes just thrown.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Commissioner Reyes.
Here we go again, all right?
I was hoping this pocket wasn't going to come up, but here it is. No, we can take it up now, or we can take it up when Commissioner Diaz-Portilla.
Don't matter to me, but I'm just going to agree with Commissioner Watson that this goes beyond the mobility, the first and last mile. I think that's the least use it has. It has become a recreational means of, to many people. As a matter of fact, yesterday I was driving on 27th Avenue, and there was a line of tourists, because you can see it, that they were young people, a line going down 27th Avenue, riding these scooters. Also, when you mention, Commissioner Carollo mentions Bayfront Park, a few weeks back, I was at a museum stadium, in that little, open restaurant that they have there. And at night, they were very young, I would say teenagers, that they were using those scooters, and they were having competition. You see, they even had obstacles on that they brought with them, and they were jumping off of them. You see, it is quite dangerous. And I don't know if I'm right or not. It was late at night, I might have been dreaming, but there was an accident that there was a fatality. I don't know if it was a scooter or was something else.
As of this date, and to my knowledge, we have not had a single fatality on a scooter in the city of Miami.
Well, we haven't had one, but we have plenty of accidents. Sure. And plenty of people that have been. And as I said, this is a fatality waiting to happen, and it scares the hell out of me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay,
let's continue public comment.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Recio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tony Recio, law office at 2525 Ponce Leon Boulevard. I was not going to speak today, but because it came up, this is on behalf of Hamilton on the Bay. We just wanted to share with you, we are not presently evicting anyone. We are terminating.
Who do you represent?
The Hamilton on the Bay, AIMCO.
Okay, the new owners of the property. Okay.
The property, exactly. So at present, we are not evicting anyone. What we're looking to do, we are terminating leases, and the reason we are terminating those leases is because we need to do necessary repairs to the building. The building's very old. It's important. It has issues, major issues that we need to address, and part of that involves vacating the building. So we're trying to do so as safely as possible, and that's what we were going to work with the tenants to find solutions here. And we're committed to working with the tenants through this and the representatives. So just wanted to say that for the record, and happy to speak with Mr. Freed or with the city attorney or with.
We're going to be speaking a lot, Mr. Recio. This is not on the agenda, but now that you brought it up, and this is an important issue to many of my residents at this point. And the suggestion has been made within the paper of a bait and switch, that this was purchased in order to move everyone out. So the question is whether or not you're doing renovations there for the residents that exist there, or if the renovations are so deep, it's for someone else who may end up moving there. And so my question to you is, in the package that you have offered the residents or their representation, have you included the ability to move back in on a first right of refusal basis?
There is a future, once the building is renovated, we've actually had those discussions where we have not arrived at a solution. I can't tell you concretely right now, but we're working with them.
I highly recommend that be part of any package that you offer these residents so they recognize the good faith from your part that this is not about trying to move them out, but trying to improve a building for them to remain to live in.
Okay.
Now, I recognize that the city attorney has mentioned to us that a lot of this is civil between you and those residents, but I think you may have an optics issue right now that is working against you because you look like the bad guy.
Understood.
So if you are hoping to be the good guy, you have a great opportunity here, is what I'm saying.
I hear you.
I have a question, just a simple question. Are you using public funds for that renovation, or is all private funds?
These are all privately funded.
Private money, okay.
This is a unique situation. It's not affordable housing. It's not
Yes, I know.
elderly housing.
I just wondered, I was
and
just
it's not
wondering.
subsidized. But this is, yes, but it's a very good question, because that's when we have the leverage to really
Absolutely.
take action and stand on the side of the residents.
Yes.
But I also think we have a duty as their commissioners
Absolutely.
to weigh in and mediate and try to get the best possible solution for them as possible. So thank you for coming to the table and engaging with the residents and my office too. I look forward to talking with you more.
Wow.
Thank you.
Ken, I didn't know they did this in your district too, man.
Evictions?
I thought they only did this in our districts.
Well, if it's happening in my district, Commissioner, if it's happening in my district, how bad do you think it's going to be in your district?
Oh, it's already happening in my district. I'm just surprised it's happening over there. Mr. Resio, let me say, I know it doesn't help you because you're representing. I think from my friends who are tenants in Ken's residence, because this is usually a New York thing. They do this in New York, right? I think what the residents are asking for is clarity. I think what they're asking for is an opportunity to stay in their places. And I think what they're asking for is some sort of schedule that allows that to happen without a whole lot of acrimony. So they don't have to need Mr. Winkler. We don't have to listen to his stuff coming up here. Okay? Just help them as all residents, because people have been living there for a long time. That was one of our first kind of signature buildings on that bay. And so that helps everybody and us.
Understood, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, this isn't the first case in my district. Up to now, what's been happening is mostly with elderly and affordable. 2 complete towers are in the process of full eviction. One is a county-managed tower, which is
that's Mr. Lou.
Harry Kane, and that's all going to your district.
Yeah.
The other one is the old UTD tower. The
Yes.
George Humphrey Towers in Brickell was purchased. And there we have 200 elderly senior fixed income residents living in affordable housing, all of whom were looking at eviction. The developer in that case, through the mediation with my office, the mayor's office, and others, purchased another piece of land in Allapattah, sought zoning for affordable housing, is now in the process of building, and I look forward to being here with all the commissioners on the ribbon cutting of that, when every single one of those residents from that building will have a brand-new apartment at the same rate or lower than what they're paying on their current waterfront Brickell property that will be at some point demolished. But in this case, it is different. We do not have that level of leverage to work with you, but we do hope to have a very good faith negotiation on helping these residents out in your renovation. Thank you very much.
Hear you loud and
Thanks
clear,
for coming.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak at public comment on any of the remaining items on the agenda? Anyone? I see a lot of folks here. You must be here to talk about something.
Yeah,
You don't want to just listen to us and watch us vote.
that's right.
All right, I will be closing public comment, and we will be taking up the regular agenda. Unless commissioners have a specific item they'd like to see moved immediately, I'll take up the entire remaining CA agenda. That's CA 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. Is there a motion on those items?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair. Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda?
If you could just stand by for 1 second.
You bet.
So you took off 7, right? 7's not on, right?
7 is deferred.
Okay, all right,
5
all right.
is withdrawn.
Okay, 5 was withdrawn, 7 is deferred.
Correct.
Okay.
We're taking up the consent agenda, Commissioner.
Yes, I'm listening. I was listening in my office. So you're withdrawing CA 17?
CA 7 has been deferred,
I'm sorry.
and that was Commissioner Watson's request.
Right.
CA 5 has been withdrawn. This has already been voted in the order of the day.
That's fine.
Any further discussion on the dais? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, I don't know which commissioner's office is keeping the Cuban coffee coming, but it is going to get us out of here faster because I am on fire right now. Are you guys ready to do some business? All right, the PH agenda. We do not have any items removed from that agenda, so is there any specific items someone would like to take out of order or specifically from the PH agenda? and noting that PH4 is a 4/5.
I'll move it, just want to go over it carefully.
PH1 had a substitution that you all received, I believe. Yes? Okay, thank you.
Do you need to read it into the record, Madam City Attorney? Was it a substantive substitution?
I believe it had certain attachments. If, Erica, for PH1, the bond issue,
Okay,
the private placement, the substitution just had attachments, correct?
PH3,
Thank you.
Yes, that's the MRC building.
yeah. I see that we still have not to exceed $1 million. The manager had guaranteed us that it was going to be much less than that.
It will, that just language is carried over from the deferral from
Yeah,
last week. But it'll be.
That's the kind of
south-
language that will get it
south-
to $1 million.
No, you can, we can modify it on the record right now, it'd be less than,
That's what I want to do.
yeah.
If it's not modified, then things can happen. Is $500,000 the target, or?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Less than that.
okay, so instead of $1 million, should not exceed cost of $1 million, it should not exceed cost of $500,000,
I'll second your motion and accept the amendment.
okay? On I guess we have to vote on that.
We can do them all together,
Okay.
PH1 through PH5.
PH4,
No.
there was one minute change that, on the language that we had to do. Let me go over it with you. On section 3, it shall read, subject to the receipt by the city manager of the HCD/HCLC approvals, and the new language should be that includes, which shall not be inconsistent with the city commission approval. And then going down to line 7, after the word approvals, again, consistent with the commission approval.
Meaning that further approval will come?
Well, meaning that's consistent with the approvals that we've given.
That we've given. So Commissioner, if I could ask you a question on this issue. I love that we are assigning the general obligation bonds to affordable housing projects now. I don't see anywhere in the backup, though, where we set the spectrum or depth of affordability, how many units and how deep they're going to go. Have you already worked that out with them?
They have, and frankly, what made me go forward, truly, this is the mayor, as you see, took lead in sponsoring this. I'm there with him, but I'm secondary. What convinced me was that this is probably the first time that I've seen developers sit with me and really show me something that's going to be affordable. All the time, what I get is a lot of talk, but no beef. So that's why I went ahead, knowing that it's my district, and the mayor's approving it in endorsement.
I support you fully. I just want to know if we've got the developer's feet to the fire on a covenant of some sort, or if there's any sort of restriction on the affordability, so it truly accomplishes what the commissioner's goal is, because I'm with you.
And the manager will follow through with that.
All right, I just want to make sure this isn't our last bite at the apple, to make sure we've got those restrictions in place.
You're right.
Are we?
What we always talk
That's
about.
the other item.
Mr. Menso or Mr. Manager, will this come back to us to solidify what the depth of affordability is, so that?
George Mensah, Director, Community and Housing and Community Development. The way it's written, definitely I think it has to come back.
Okay.
Because we might have some issues that have to be addressed by City Commission.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. I fully support.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Mr. Mensah, since I have you up here, sir,
Yes.
You got to identify yourself for the record, please.
George Mensah, Director, Housing and Community Development.
Thank you.
what's happening with the monies that we were going to give to residents that needed to pay their rent?
Which?
Pandemic
which-
rental assistance.
Yeah.
The rental assistance is currently going. We've been able to, as you know, we had about 2,500 and something applications.
How many?
And 2,000, a little over 500 applications. And we're currently about halfway through them. As you know, there was a priority list that the federal government wanted us to go through first. And so we just about almost through the priority list before we can get to any other one. But we've started the payments. We're almost about 100 and something payments we've made.
How many?
100.
About 100 and something so far, to the tune of about 200 and something $1,000. I can get a report to all the city commissioners so they know where we are on it.
I would appreciate it, because we're getting a lot of complaints, and I know
Yes.
that everyone here has been getting it.
The fund is exhausted though, right? There is no room for further applications.
No, we will do further applications because we also receive additional $22 million, which will be coming to commission for approval, acceptance.
Yes.
And so we will be running this program for the next foreseeable future.
Is the website open for applications right now?
Not now. We will reopen it maybe in the next month
All right,
or
you
so.
just about broke our website when you said that
Yes.
we're accepting. So we're
The,
not
uh,
accepting applications right
Not
now, but
now.
you will reopen
We
the
will be
program.
opening it,
All
yes.
right.
The other thing that I would respectfully request is that if there are minute problems in any of the applications from any of our districts, that they just don't get thrown to the side, and somebody calls the individuals up and work through it with them to get the information that you might need. Because one of the complaints that we're all getting is that people aren't being called back. There's just minor things that are needed in applications, and just because they weren't there, then they're overlooked. And they don't even get a phone call. Or if they do get a phone call for anything, then they never hear from anybody again.
Commissioner, we've heard that, but we've spoken to the contractors, and they indicate to us that they've called everybody back. And what we have done is that we've also have staff in our office, so that, and we've put it on our website and telling everyone that if they have any issue, that nobody called them back, they should call our office, and we will handle the issue. So we have 2 staff dedicated to this program in my office.
How
that have
many?
been called-
How
two.
many?
Two
Two?
staff
Two?
dedicated to my office, yes.
That's
That,
That's it, 2 people?
no, because we have contractors working
We're
on
the
it.
third party.
I know, I know.
And these 2 staff is just to help with issues that come up.
If I may,
Of course.
what Commissioner Carollo, and I think what Commissioner Reyes is going to say now, if I can predict what he's going to say, is that we've all received complaints. I received a number of complaints of not getting called back. You're saying that everybody's been called back?
No, we have meetings with the contractors, and they indicated that they will look into it, but that they've been calling people back.
But they've indicated, I'm sorry, try
That
to
they
be,
do call
try to be
people.
precise in your language when you address us, please.
Because,
It's important. Try to be
yes.
precise. They've
Okay.
indicated they maybe did it, we talked about it. Have they done it? Have you gotten confirmation that they've done it? Because what we're getting in my offices, is that people are not being called back.
Commissioner, what I'm trying to say is that we've brought it to
Excuse me?
their,
They're not even being called.
Yeah, so how, if he's
I'm
got
getting
2
this every
staffers,
day.
if he's got 2 staffers, how are people that are not being called supposed to know that he's got 2 staffers to help?
Correct.
So,
Correct.
I mean, we got a major problem here, and we're paying $1 million to this company now, because you couldn't do the job.
because we didn't have enough staff to do the job. Yes,
Well,
that's
look,
correct.
That's always the excuse, but
Well, the
every
issue-
program that has gone through your office, that, since I've been here, I see problems with it. And I'm starting to wonder, in all frankness, is the problem with the programs, or is the problem with your office?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner,
Mr.
just a
Chair?
moment, Mr. Mensah. Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized. And what I'm going to recommend is that we put a discussion item on the next agenda specifically for this to really dive deep on it.
Sure.
And I agree with it, because besides not having getting a call back, it's very difficult for them to be, I would say, guided or to be tutored on, because we have a lot of elderlies that they cannot navigate the computer and everything that is happening. And we need to assist those people, and they are being evicted too. Not only evicted, but they have problem paying the rent. You see, that is something that I would like to see, that this company that was hired, that they can make some, I would say, people available to assist those people that are in need, as well as those applications that they have minors omissions of the requirements, probably because they didn't understand that they, instead of being thrown aside, out or set aside, those people, they must be called. You see, we need to provide the service, the full service, and we have to understand that we have a population that it is not well-versed in the use of computers on this type of application.
Yeah.
And that's the majority of the people that we want to serve, and that we want to help, because those are the majority of the people that need help.
Commissioner, I agree with you. I agree with you, and I think that when we set up this program, one of the things that we did was to make sure that paper applications are acceptable. Paper applications are always dropped to my office, and we even had staff who were available in case anybody needed it to be able to proceed and help them wherever they are. Okay. So we've assisted a lot of people through our office directly on the paper applications, and even currently, if somebody needs to drop a paper off, they can still go and drop the paper off, and we will make sure that paper gets on the application. So we've been doing everything. I mean, obviously, a program of this sort, you will obviously have hiccups, and we're trying to make sure that we eliminate as much of the hiccups in it as possible.
Mr. Mensah,
And we'll continue to work towards that.
thank you. Would you ask the vendor to join you
Yes.
in the report
Yes,
on the discussion
definitely.
item at the next
Well,
commission
beyond
meeting?
that,
Commissioner, go ahead.
beyond that, I want the vendor to be here and give us a precise
That's what I'm
report.
asking.
Yes.
How many
Okay.
applications, how many have been rejected, or as Commissioner Carollo said, thrown by the wayside because of some technicality. Everything.
Okay.
With precise numbers. Also, when you're going to reopen the website, not
Yes.
in a month or so.
Because
You
we
know,
haven't made
on June 28th at 10 a.m. Right?
We
Precise
do that.
language.
We
And
do that.
the person that we're paying $1 million, the vendor, precise language, so that we know what we're buying for the $1 million and what results we're getting or not getting. So precise language, not maybe, somehow, down the line, in 30 days, month or so. That doesn't work for me. How many applications have been rejected, how many have been granted? And as Commissioner Reyes said, he is correct. It's in both his district, well, not in both, in Commissioner Carollo's district and mine, in Commissioner Reyes' district, we have elderly people that are not computer savvy. There's a digital divide. You accept paper applications, but they can have mistakes. And you have two staffers. How many staffers is this vending company using, this vendor that we're using to assist people that are language proficient in Spanish? Things of that nature. The preciseness is important because the government, unfortunately, gets lost with the vague explanations. So I'll repeat it the third time. I want a precise report from the vendor and from your office on how many we've done, how many have been granted, how many have been put aside because of technical problems. And so we know, so we can make a decision. I want that by June 24th at that commission meeting.
Commission definitely will come. And I just want to add something here before I leave, and that is that in every last meeting that I had with our vendors, one of the things we went over is to look at for them to come up to us with every little thing that is stopping them from doing as many applications as possible. My staff has also been tasked with look at how better can we improve this program. And then when I talked about in 4 weeks or so, it wasn't because I wasn't sure when we would do it, but also to get all those things together so that we can meet and decide on which date. We haven't decided on a date yet. That's why I didn't want to say that.
Okay,
It
you
wasn't
said,
because I wanted-
just one more quick follow-up. You said about 2,500, right?
Yeah, because I don't have the exact numbers here. but
I
can
know you
send
don't,
it.
but you will by June 24th. But it's about 2,500. You also said a couple hundred, I think you
Yes,
said,
yes.
have been accepted. Is that a couple hundred, like 200, or is it like a 500?
Because I don't have, Commissioner, I don't want to
Okay.
mislead. I don't have the exact.
But it still begs the question, right? Because if it's 2,500, it's a couple hundred, it's 10% more or less, right? In the rough math. Why have you only processed roughly 10%? Again, I have to speak in the same terms you're speaking in. About, 10% of these applications. Why is it taking? I received complaints that they applied way back then, and that not only have they not gotten a call, but that nothing's happened, one way or the other, right? They haven't gotten a letter, they haven't gotten anything. So the question becomes, how do people are calling, hey, what's happening with my money? They're not paying the rent. The landlord is coming to them and saying, you gotta pay your rent. If you don't pay your rent, you gotta get out of here. That's a concern. And we deal with it, I'm sure every commissioner here has been dealing with this on a daily basis. Our offices are getting calls. So
Commissioner.
I can give the people that elected me and the people that I represent a correct answer. You need to give me precise answers, please.
Commissioner, I want to correct the record.
Let me
We
say
have-
something.
Just a moment.
I want to
Mr.
correct
Mensah,
the- I want- I wanted
Mr.
to correct
Mensah,
the
just a
record.
moment. He's not asking a specific question in this moment. He's giving a directive of what to come back with. For
Yes,
the, for the,
So, let me,
Commissioner
Mr.
Watson,
Chair,
you
let me
recognize.
just say something real briefly, because I know when we speak, vagueness for my colleague becomes a big issue, right? So I want to make sure I help you be clear. Since I asked for this information before I reported it, I know for a fact that first tranche of money, that tranche of money for rent eviction, $14.1 million, was done under the auspices of the federal government, which call for a whole lot more guidelines that probably will happen on the next 32. I didn't know we had 32 coming. Good, thank you, great, right? So I think 2,800, because I had the same complaints the commissioner had and others had. So 2,800 was a number of applications that you received up until the time we closed.
Yes.
Right.
What I think happens, what I know happens with this staff is they get taxed, and if it's any sort of anything, it gets either rejected or put aside, and you probably have not caught up with now informing people. I know that part because I've been bombarded as well. So therefore, I think what you should do to help all of us is make sure that you come back, not the vendor, you come back and let us know. What would be important is not to throw out anybody, because we do have a city of residents that are not computer savvy. We have seniors who are not computer savvy. And so they need to understand what has happened if they in effect has been helped by someone. And it might very well be through net offices when you do again, go out to those offices so that the commissioners can ensure that people in their districts have the information. They're not looking on websites, but they're being affected. Okay? And it makes it easier for all of us to be responsive to the people who are calling us. Right? That I think will be a big thing going forward as we now try to help people. Because some of that process means both the tenant and the building owner has to respond. If one responds and the other one doesn't, then they can't get help. And so clearly, to help us, districts that have a lot of Spanish speakers that may not understand, that's just how it is. Even if it's in Spanish, they may not necessarily be able to read. Help us, help the people who we're trying to now respond to. That's all that's happening now and what you're being questioned on. I know, because I've got engaged, that your staff is small, but I know also when you're under time constraint, people get rejected and thrown aside, and you probably have not had a chance to inform them. So help us. This was all we're trying to make sure you do. Help us make sure people know, one, the money's available, two, how they can do it, help them if you can, right? And three, maybe engage a little bit closer to them in the offices of commissioners so that we can ensure that everybody gets a shot, even if they don't get accepted. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mensah.
Okay.
If you'd like to, please.
Just one, no, I just wanted to give the assurance of commissioners that I've instructed the contractors not to reject anyone. That before anybody is rejected, he has to send the information to my department. We will review it before we make the decision. So they can't reject anyone. Just for you to know.
Thank you. I know
Thank
you.
you.
So you have a safety net, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You have a safety net. If the contractor, vendor rejects someone, it goes to your department.
Yes, yes.
Okay, you'll give us a report on that too, on how many have
Yes,
been
right now they haven't
rejected.
rejected anybody so far.
Everything on June 24th.
They haven't rejected anybody so far.
You're gonna be, you haven't not rejected anyone so far?
No, they
Okay.
haven't.
That's interesting. So you come back with us with a very precise report, right? I'm really excited about you coming back to us and telling us every little
Like
detail, right?
specifics.
Specifics.
Definitely.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
All right,
Mr.
I'm going to
Mensah.
move us.
Thank you for your time.
I'm going to move us forward, but I'd like to end with this on this subject. This discussion of evictions, this discussion of rental assistance is a reminder that while the epidemiological state of this virus and pandemic is on the mend, we are a long way from mending our economic state of this pandemic. It has yet to be seen how dire it is, and we cannot let the real estate boom and the market values and our tax base betray the fact that our existing residents may be in very dire need, and we must be very vigilant in specifics on how we help them. So thank you, Commissioners, and we look forward to that
Mr.
discussion.
Chair,
Yes,
Mr.
sir,
Chair,
you are recognized.
Now is when our work starts.
It's true.
That's when our work starts, because all the impediments that they had before from the federal government, that you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that, now everything is going to be lifted, and now we're going to have a lot of people in need.
That's true. And that'll be our, well, American Rescue Plan discussions later, not right now. All right, so we have PH 1 through 5 on the floor with a motion and a second. If there's anyone.
With the amendments.
With the amendments.
Well, through the chair.
Yes, you're
I have an
recognized.
amendment for PH 5.
Yes, sir.
And then we can do it all at one time. Is Mr. Marrero in the building? You step forward, please.
Good morning,
Luis
Mr. Mayor.
Marrero, Building Director. We would like to offer an amendment to
PH 5.
PH 5 for the payment of the upfront fees to be deferred to payment of the actual permit fees. So it's a deferral of the upfront fees all the way to the issuance of the actual building permit fee.
Before the issuance of the.
No, as a part of paying for the actual building permit fees.
Thank you. Does the mover accept the amendment? Seconder does as well.
So I'm
I have
sorry.
a question on
Can we-
PH 2.
Just a moment, Madam Attorney, PH 5?
Yeah, I don't know that I captured the correct, so, because it gets a little tricky on timing, so I just want to make sure that, can you repeat that, or?
It's payment of the upfront fees combined with the permit fees at the point of permit issuance.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz-Laborde, you're recognized.
I just read the language. You tied in the language on PH 2 that we spoke about yesterday in the last commission meeting also?
PH2 is
The
the
easement for-
underground
the
easement.
underground.
Yes, everything that you're seeing is an underground easement.
Everything.
All below ground.
Okay.
We're still gonna negotiate with FPL, because I don't know if they're going to accept that, and if they don't, then we would have to come back to you. But what
Okay,
you're
well, that's-
approving is an underground, so
That's
no.
my question. So
above.
what we're approving is only the underground. If FPL doesn't want to do it, it comes back to us.
Correct.
They don't get to do anything else.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on PH 1 through 5?
All as amended.
All as amended. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes as amended. Thank you very much. I believe at this point, gentlemen, we should break for lunch in the Overtown CRA meeting. If the chair wishes, we could take that up before we leave.
Want to take it up after?
Is there any item that a commissioner wants to see passed before we break for lunch?
Yes, Mr. Panis, what's happening? You raising your hand. Mr. Panis, you raising your hand.
Is there a motion for RE9? This is the DRI adjustment.
So move.
Seconded by the chair.
Well, hold on.
There's been a motion and a second for RE9. Commissioner Diaz-Laborde, you are recognized.
Are we going to bring this up now, or are we going to bring it up?
Yes, it has been moved, so
Has
we
it
can
moved?
discuss it right now.
Okay.
Unless you expect a long lunch delaying discussion, at which point we could take it up later, but let's hear it.
Well, there was some concern about whether the CRA maintains jurisdiction.
Yes.
I'm offering an amendment to clarify that.
Oh, okay, well, that's my concern.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that the CRA, that we're not doing something that.
No, not at all.
Takes control out of your
No,
CRA.
not at all. I'm going to offer an amendment to make
Okay.
sure that clarification. I was clear. Apparently, the attorneys are not clear. Let me offer this amendment. Whereas nothing in this resolution shall affect the property's continued inclusion in the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Area. That's the amendment to the motion. And they're trying to make a closing. So that was,
I'm
I was
sorry.
concerned we were going
Madam
to
City
kill
Attorney?
it.
Second that.
Just a moment. Okay, mover and second.
Are you reading what I sent?
Madam City Attorney needs a clarification on that amendment.
Okay. Yes,
You're good.
he was, what he requested is, whereas nothing in this resolution shall affect the property's continued inclusion in the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Area. That's the language that I think will cover the concerns raised by the District 5 Commissioner and the District 1 Commissioner.
Yes, I had the same concerns. Now, is this property under certain requirements based on public benefits agreements that were made between the CRA and the original landowner? And do those still apply on how this gets developed?
It was in a different,
Or is it unrelated?
no,
Because-
it would be subject to Miami 21.
Absolutely.
No, no, the development Miami 21.
Subject to
Okay, so there
Miami
is no,
21.
there is no public benefit, community benefits agreement existing on this property from negotiations on a TIF deal, on,
Mr. Chair,
completely unrelated.
the way that,
Just wanted to-
I see this, the DRI doesn't exist anymore. Period.
Yeah, that's.
You see, I mean,
that's
you
all
guys
it
in Tallahassee did away with it. And the only thing that we're doing is getting all the restrictions and placing them under Miami 21.
Yeah.
And when they're going to build, they have to be under Miami 21, but they remain within the boundaries of the Overtown Park West Redevelopment Project, and every single tax increment that is going to be generated by that development will go to the Overtown Park West Redevelopment Project. That's it, simple.
But there's two critical points here. One, we don't do this, we're going to be hurting the adjacent projects tremendously.
Yeah.
And we're going to be hurting ourselves.
Tremendously.
And maybe this is why, besides other reasons, that this valuable piece of property that I have a lot of fond memories of, you guys weren't around then, but the employees were. They knew that the best parties in the city of Miami, legal parties, were thrown by the mayor of the time there. And we had lobster, we had shrimp, we had roast beef.
I was there.
And all was donated. But I won't get into that.
And I won't get
all this time, you were in Tallahassee, another type of place.
But I knew what you were doing, but I knew what you were doing at the Miami Arena.
You know,
But you heard of them, I'm sure.
I heard about it, yes.
you know,
Thank you.
and I won't go into why we built that arena the way it was built, because some funds got it. Okay, we'll take, I'm not gonna get into that.
The bottom line is.
Let's do this, we have to do it now.
So many people looked at that site, tried to do something with it, and nobody ever did anything with it. We've had it wasted there until now. So I agree with Commissioner Watson. This is why the mayor wanted to sponsor this also. And we need to move on and make this city greater.
Very good. There's a motion,
So,
there's a second, there's an
Chairman,
amendment. Yes,
so
Madam City
I just
Attorney.
wanted to clarify your question about, are there any existing Southeast Overtown Park West public benefits agreements? My understanding is no, but the developer attorney is here and she can also.
Well, that was one of the questions that I had, similar to that. Does this preclude us, this body or the CRA, from asking for additional public or for public benefits moving forward?
Through the chair, Melissa Tapinas, representing the Wyckoff Development Group. Currently, there is not a public benefit agreement that is associated with the property. There was a previous one associated with the past project. That does not preclude the ability of the prospective purchaser, which is my client, to enter into a agreement with the Community Redevelopment Agency. That is just simply, would be premature at this point.
Thank you.
Good.
Sir, did you want to be recognized
Just to,
on this item?
no, hold on one second.
Just-
Mr. Chair, let me just say something to my colleague. Because of that, the biggest issue for us was to make sure we did not allow them to get from under the CRA. The second thing to the owners now, a new owner, hopefully this afternoon, credit, they have offered, although it went away, they have offered now to have a community benefits agreement to the extent one makes sense.
Thank
Okay?
you very
So
much.
just wanted to let you know that. They have
Right.
offered that.
Thank you.
That's
Call the
important.
question.
Sir, you're not speaking on this item then, correct? Okay, thank you very much. All right, there's a motion, a second, there are amendments, is there any further discussion?
None.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Thank you very
passes
much.
Chair.
on RE9.
And
Thank
just
you.
for the
Mr.
record,
Clerk.
Commissioner Watson would like to co-sponsor RE9.
Very good, noted. All right, thank you. We are going to break for lunch now. Sir, I apologize, are you trying to speak on a CRA item?
Yes,
We are
I am,
about to
sir.
start the CRA meeting, so hold tight.
Okay, great.
Thank you. We will break until, let's see, it's already almost 1 o'clock. The CRA meeting, oh, that's good. All right, then we'll reconvene for lunch at 3. Does that sound good to everybody? It's almost 1 now. That'll give us enough time for the CRA meeting and lunch.
But I
3
correct
o'clock.
me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Watson. It wouldn't take that much long.
No, it's
We're going to do
not.
the CRA meeting now.
Now, let's do the
Yes,
CRA
but
meeting.
the city commission meeting will reconvene at 3. Did I do something that's?
No, the CRA meeting now.
Oh, you thought I was going to delay the CRA meeting? I rarely get applause up here, so whatever I did, I'll do it again. All right, so we are recessed as a city commission. Oh, Mr. Clerk, you have to put something in the record?
No, just to let you know, we just need a couple of minutes to flip the tape for the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting.
Don't worry.
1 minute.
We'll take 1 minute right now. We're recessed as a commission, and we're about to start the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting, and I will pass the gavel to the chairman. It's a little heavy. I'm good, thank you. You can take it. I don't need any.
Chair Watson,
Yes,
we're ready to go.
ready to go. I want to call the meeting to order. Want to acknowledge the board members and establish a quorum. Commissioner Russell is present, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla is present, Commissioner Watson is present. We established a quorum, and we want to verify the approval of the minutes for the city clerk. From the
There are
previous
no minutes for approval at today's meeting.
So before opening the floor for public comments, I want to announce that there are only 3 items on the agenda, and we will hear all public comments relating to those items. 2 are addressing homelessness in Overtown, and 1 is the funding of a summer program for 25 at-risk girls/young ladies. I ask that all public comments address only agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Neil Shiver on behalf of the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA. Mr. Chairman, do you want us to read the 3 items into the record very fast, or do you want to open up to the public comments and then we do it thereafter?
Open to public comments.
Thank you. Public comments on the 3 agenda items on the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Shiver. We are not here on those specific agenda items.
Then it's up to the chairman's discretion, and most likely, he will yield discretion to you.
You're not here for any item on the agenda?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So you want to
That
make
is actually why we're here.
So we have a couple people. 2 minutes, Mr. Clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, Mr. Shiver, my name is David Tucker, and I'm here on behalf of Transition, Inc., which is not on the agenda, and that's actually why we're here. I'm going to invite the clerk to hand out the notebooks that we have prepared for all of you. At this time, I'd like everyone who's here on behalf of Transition to please stand. And thank you for hearing us before you went to lunch. We had hoped that we would be on the agenda, and we are not. We are always hopeful. For those of you who don't know us, over the next few minutes, you will have an opportunity to get to know us, as well as review what's in the notebooks. We are a full-service reentry organization that has been in the heart of Overtown for the past almost 50 years. Thank you. Sit down. We are an essential part of Overtown. I want to take this opportunity to invite you to read what we have supplied to the Commission. Also, I want to thank the CRA. I want to thank Mr. Shiver for the $350,000 grant that you gave us, I think it's about a year and a half ago. That grant was a success. I want to thank Mr. Shiver for assisting us in the development of the budget. This was a reimbursement grant, and we were able to service so many members of the Overtown community because of it. It was a success on all levels. However, over the past year or so, as president of this organization and the organization, we've heard all sorts of information about why it is we are not continuing the relationship or not. I'm here to invite the commissioners, Commissioner Watson, Mr. Shiver, to share with me how I can assist you in assisting us. To share with me if there is a problem, allow me to provide a solution. I cannot solve a problem unless I know what it is, or even if there is a problem. I'm here to tell all of you, Mr. Shiver, I will do whatever it takes for this organization. I've been involved for 8 years. I've been on the board for I don't know how many years. I've been president for also too many years. This organization is very important to me. I have fallen in love with the people of Overtown. We need money. Because of COVID, we have been challenged in generating money, and we have applied for various grants, and that's also contained in your notebook. We are now, once again, applying for $150,000.
All right, Mr. Tucker,
Yes,
this was an agenda item?
I'm sorry?
This was not an agenda, look this way. This way.
It is not.
It's not an agenda item.
It is not.
We gave you time to make a statement.
I'm sorry?
We gave you time to make a statement. This was not an agenda item.
It is not.
We gave you time to make a statement, all right? And the bell has rung now a couple times. So we understand, we've heard you, all right? And we're gonna enter that into the record until it becomes an agenda item, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Please make it an agenda item. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Litwin. I am the Vice President of the Board of Transition.
We already heard from transition. We already heard from transition, okay? It was an agenda item, right? So we've already heard from transition, so we're not gonna hear from any more representatives until it becomes an agenda item, okay?
Yes, we were just
Mr.
trying to
Tucker?
all speak to
Yeah,
try to get it to be an
But
agenda item.
Mr. Tucker already spoke to the item, and we stated from the beginning, we're only gonna allow public comments of agenda items, all right? So we're not hearing you, we've heard you. When it becomes an agenda item, you can bring 50 people and speak. But right now, okay, out of respect to everybody else, then that's all the comments we want to hear from.
Of course, we're just trying to figure out how to get it to be an agenda
Well,
item, that's all.
You have to talk to the executive director, okay, and deal with the issues at hand of the organization and why it's not an agenda item. So as long as you're gonna talk about that too, okay, so don't make, don't make us out to be the bad guys. So, because you know why it's not an agenda item, of course. We'll talk to the director and we'll get that straightened out, okay?
Okay.
Come forward. Is this an agenda item you're gonna speak on?
Mr. Watson,
Is it an agenda item you're gonna
listen,
speak
I
on?
just have to make a short comment.
No, is it an agenda item you're gonna speak on?
The short comment I do want to make, which I'm insisting, is you folks should come over there and see what we are doing at transition. How do we help the community?
Okay, so you're
And we
not-
need money
you-
to do that.
You're not gonna go beyond what we already talked about. Come, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Again, my name is Brian Halstead. I represent Alstead Homes Realty. I'm a real estate broker. I've been an owner at Town Park North since 2013, an owner and a manager there. I had a tenant there that was diligently, for many years, paying me rent. We had a good relationship. I live also close by in the Shenandoah community, so it's very close. I have a good relationship with people of Overtown and the Overtown community. If you're aware, the CRA has transitioned my tenant over to St. John's in 2019 due to the development of the Town Park North condominium. My tenant was transferred there. What happened is that my tenant, because of the pandemic, stopped, paying me rents. I understand that the CRA was paying St. John's for my tenant. I'm not here to increase the CRA budget or payments that CRA is making to me, but I'm here to explain that because my tenant is now at St. John's, it's impossible for me to take any action, whether it be eviction, whether it be a payment plan with my tenant. And it's been nearly 2.5 years now. My tenant left in January 2019.
Okay.
And I've not been paid now for more than 1.5 years. And that is thousands of dollars I've lost in income.
Right.
I've contacted various people. I've even write you, Mr. Watson, emails and trying to resolve this matter.
Okay.
So that's why I'm here today, to basically stop the bleeding where, I'm continuously losing income and I cannot take any action against my tenant at all because the tenant is not at my property, so legally I cannot evict the tenant. I manage other properties which I've already stabilized because the economy, as we know, is stabilizing.
All right.
But I'm unable to do that here, and that's why I'm here for some kind of solution.
Okay, let me give you a quick answer to a possible solution. You should get engaged with the executive director so we can figure out if there's something we can do. But more importantly, let me tell you why I wanted you to speak. I get more questions about Town Park North than anything. Okay? The CRA has done its job. And was very diligent in their efforts to try to be aggressive, maybe even overreaching, in assisting people who would probably never be able to own.
Yeah.
Now, let me roll back or roll forward. Whether it's a co-op or a condominium, right? You are an owner.
Yeah.
And when you have a problem, the association of the condominium is the governing law.
Yes.
There's a lot of people running around not understanding that, okay? But that should be on the record, right?
Yes.
CRA is not hiding from anything,
Yes.
right? There's going to be a HOA board meeting at the end of the month. I believe it's on the 23rd.
23rd of this month.
And we will now govern ourselves accordingly, just like any other owners of units.
Yes.
But the CRA does not hold sway over a homeowners association. It's probably one of the most stiffest book of laws in the state of Florida that exist.
Okay. Yeah.
They're the ones. So if the board doesn't allow you to rent, which they probably shouldn't,
Yeah.
then, so that's what has caused a lot of problems and a lot of confusions in the projects. Even if it's a co-op, you're an owner.
Yes.
Right? So that will get resolved at that time. But Mr. Shiver, I'd like to get this from you on Town Park.
Okay.
I'd like to get as much information on the previous and now current contractor, the units, people who owe or don't owe. Like to get an audit of the last monies we spent on Town Park. We need to find out, be it the attorneys that represent the contractors or the contractors themselves, want to make sure that we separate ourselves from anything that was done to people that should not have been done to them. Okay?
Yeah.
So in the next board meeting, Let's make sure we have that information so that we can now put out the correct information to people and they know that we did our job versus all of the consternation and confusion that exists about what's going on. Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
I want to move now to the two items that are on the agenda.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think there are people who do want to speak on the agenda items, even though the first we'll run,
All right.
we 0 for 2
Okay.
right now. So hopefully, if anybody here to speak, please speak on the agenda items. And if you're not on the agenda items, I'll be glad to stick around to the meeting and talk to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lola Capers. I'm on the agenda item. I'm with Community Awareness Construction Services. And with Community Awareness Construction Services, we have a training program at Camilla's House that helps train individuals that are homeless and have made bad decisions. With that training, they are trained with construction skills, and they are given the opportunity to be employed, as well as we're assisting them with housing and life skills. This program has been going on in the Overtown area with the CRA now for the last year. We've been very successful. We have successful individuals that are working on our Father Berry's project. It is important to give people a new opportunity to make a change in life, to have them where I made a mistake, now I have the opportunity to get a skill set that can give me livable wages. The livable wages for that project is $22.23 an hour. That is something that they can pay a bill and not just be on subsidies. So I'm asking you to support my item on your agenda,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm here to speak on.
Can't hear you. Speak up a little bit.
Could you speak up?
Okay. Here to speak on item number 1. Sir, I'm so grateful for
Sorry,
the.
Chair, he's going to need to
You
pull the
can't-
microphone
You need to
up.
pull the mic up because he can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here on item number 1, and I want to thank the CRA coordinator for doing such a tremendous job. Sir, I am homeless. I sleep up on the bridge in the tent, eating out the soup line, and I was recognized by my boss here, calling the police in the area, doing a good job, and she decided to hire me on the team. And I've been there a minute now, and I've come a long way, and I'm so grateful, okay? And I have come a long way, okay? Since I've been with the Blue Shirt, I was able to save a tremendous amount of money, perhaps $8,000, $9,000, and I'm trying to move forward, you know? And I was praying I can get into the housing program to better myself and move forward, you know? And I want to thank Mr. Nathan.
Hold on, Commissioner. Hold on, Commissioner.
Supervisor.
I want you to hear this. Finish.
I want to thank the CRA, the CRA coordinators, Mr. Nate, and my boss here for doing such a tremendous job, and most definitely keeping the program alive. It do work, sir. The program do work. And
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just get the speaker's name? My apologies, Chair.
I'm Sherman Rivers, sir. Mr. Sherman Rivers. Once again.
Sherman Rivers. Just because it affects us a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Rivers.
And maybe the gentleman might be a little nervous
Yeah.
to note that he lives under the bridge. He got noticed, got hired for a program that we sponsor. He saved money, okay, in order to now move himself to a different place in life. And it's because of a program that we put forth and continuing now to serve. Okay? So we don't always do bad things. We do some good things. Thank you, Mr. Rivers. Appreciate it. And good luck to you. Is this on the agenda item?
It is.
So
Good
you
afternoon.
just got to say, it's just pressing.
No, it's resolution 3,
Okay.
or the third item. Good afternoon, City Commissioners.
Michael Hepburn, address 645 Northeast 77th Street. Pretty much, I just wanted to stop by today to have a quick public comment about policing, or any time that we engage in initiating any services, funds, or a conversation around how we're going to utilize our police department to help us facilitate a safer community and also have some real conversations about public safety. I say that from this slant. I am a former volunteer cop or citizen on patrol with our MPD, and also a recent graduate from the Miami Police Department Citizens Police Academy. So I definitely understand the perspective of where we're going with using policing techniques to help, in a sense, assist our communities to becoming safer. But I wanted to mention this. Before you guys allocate any funding sources towards policing in our city, I want y'all to remember to have clear directives about how we should be policing, right? So making sure our police officers understand how to de-escalate situations, making sure our police officers understand that everyone's mental capacity or how people make decisions is different. So we need to be lenient and educated about that. Making sure we understand that policing is comprehensive, right? So anytime that we are involved in our police department that may have access to a lethal weapon, please understand that we need to be more grassroots oriented to making sure our communities come together to help police in the different communities that we serve. So I just wanted to say, anytime that you guys have a conversation or get ready to allocate money, or in this sense for item 3, just make sure you're collectively looking at how is this benefiting our community as a whole, and not just necessarily looking at how policing can be the answer to all of our problems. I just want to make sure the city commissioners understand that it is with community input and making sure that we are building up our citizens in these neighborhoods to collectively work with our police department in order to make the changes that we seek and to keep us all safe. So that's just pretty much my 2 cents I wanted to mention.
Can I get a motion to move the agenda, please?
And thank you for your time.
So moved.
Motion moved and seconded.
Chair,
All in favor?
Chair, my apologies. Just if you could close your public hearing.
Public hearing's been closed?
There was no additional speakers?
No.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Question? It's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Pass. That ends and concludes the CRA meeting. Thank you.
See you at 3.
See you at 3.